here just in time. To avoid having to give you art. That's because there hasn't been much art for you. I have tapped out the internet. It's not true. I don't think there. I haven't. I've had time to look for it.
Hey, Cad. Do you think that the purpose of the original Xbox controller was to actually make it into a Magic 8-Ball?
Yes. Why else would it be that big?
Because, like, whenever I look at the original Xbox controller and that huge fucking plastic Xbox logo on the front, I'm like, man, that could easily be a Magic 8-Ball mirror.
What'd you have for dinner, Kat?
Pizza.
Let's see. Oh, rip those guys. Lost to be your business.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I muted my mic.
Well, it's too late now.
Too late because the Lucy Lawless machine is turned off.
It is. No free rides, Bob. You have to be here from the beginning like everyone else.
I blame my work schedule.
Same.
I should. It's a great idea. I just never can because my job is butts. No, because my job is butts. I could, and they'll just tell me no because there's too much shit to do. Will they, though? Oh,
I had to put in for like 2 days of vacation time for like Saturday and next Saturday. Just so I don't lose out on getting paid time off. Because my company doesn't fucking roll shit over.
I wonder how many hours I actually have of this.
When my yearly anniversary hits, I'll have 2 weeks of vacation time.
I think I have 6. Maybe just. Cat, are you ready to hunt Lagiacrus?
Later.
では、前に出ます。
Hello, chat. How's it going? I just got the go live tweet out. Do me the favor, go give that some love. Let me grab you guys today's sauce. And we will be getting started here in just a minute. Hello, Yugi. Yugi boy. All right. I think we are good to go. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to Thursday. Y'all made it. One more day, and you're good for the weekend. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. It is a Laratoria that is definitely modeled after, I think it's Wilhelmina from Brown Dust 2. It's a day all right. Indeed it do be. But hello. As you guys know, things are pretty chill. Expected to be pretty chill for the next, honestly, couple weeks. We have more tower event and stuff to do. Oh, wow, a beast. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it do its thing here. I didn't even notice which one I stopped off on. But yeah, it's been a pretty interesting day all around. We had Spaceballs 2 get formally announced. It's been rumored for years. It's been a listing on IMDb for a while now, and everybody kind of knew they were working on it, but it's actually formally announced, which just makes me go huh? It's wild, but it's gonna work. And I, for one, hope that it's amazing. If it's even half as good as the original, I will be ecstatic. Just completely ecstatic. The search for more money. Yeah, it's hilarious, too, because, the way it was revealed is they did the whole, Star Wars opening credit crawl there, and they just talked about how many different variations of other series and movies have come out since the original Spaceballs, and they're not wrong. Literally, it's kind of wild that the spoof, spin-off mockery movie only has one iteration, and yet the things it's making fun of have, 7, 8, 9 iterations. 40 years of other sequels just to fill the joke count for this movie. Like I said, I hope to God it's even half as funny as the original, because if it is, it's going to be a blast. That is one of those movies I will go to the movie theater and watch it. I will enjoy that. I just, like I said, I hope it's actually good and not going to get panned because oh, the comedy doesn't land for today's day and age or some crap. That's, I think, my biggest fear is that somehow Mel Brooks' reputation gets tarnished from this. And I'm gonna be real with y'all. He's 98. To me, he's goated at this point. If somehow Spaceballs 2 isn't the best thing ever, I'm just gonna be yeah, you know what? That's on the other people, not the 98-year-old man. Spaceballs 2? Yep. Spaceballs 2. If you've never seen the first one, it's absolutely amazing. It makes a mockery largely of Star Wars, but also just like sci-fi in general, like Star Trek and everything. So it's great. And I love it. It's still to date one of my favorite movies. I can almost always watch it, but I have to tell people in VIP no, because if I let them, they will, like, everybody will request it one by one. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to watch it like another 20 times because then you'll kill it for me. But also, what the heck is going on here? They're literally, yep. I was going to say it's robot technique here. And then I've seen there's a lot of hullabaloo apparently about the summer game show. People are, still kind of saying like, oh, it wasn't jack crap. There wasn't a whole lot there, yada, yada, yada. But also, like, I've started to see a bunch of people, like, I guess calling out Jeff Keighley for, like, glorifying the independence and the small studios. I guess the games media is mad at Keighley for that. Because I think what it is the corrupt beast that it is finally realizing that it no longer has control and dictates player perception of things. Though, to be fair, I don't really ever think it did. I think player perception has always been what dictated the media in the games industry rather than the other way around. Now, to be fair, it should be the other way around, if anything, but games media has never mattered at all. It's always been a, like, kind of secondhand industry. We're finally getting Spaceballs the sequel? Yes. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, I'm sure Death Stranding 2 will be better than Death Stranding 1, but Death Stranding 1 to me was so bad that I will refuse to play 2. Like, somebody can prove me wrong type of deal, because I just don't trust it. Like, I've heard they've put more combat in it and stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's cool. I just didn't enjoy Walking Simulator. Sorry, I guess it's Walking Simulator 9000. But I don't think it's like I think Kojima's still a good, like, game developer. I think he has unique and creative ideas. So in that regard, like, as a creator, he's good. Maybe not necessarily for the medium, though, because to me, Kojima would make a very interesting movie director, but he's not, to me at this point, that good of a game developer. If that makes any sense. Like, I don't think he's developing terrible games by any stretch of the imagination, but I also don't think he's cracked up to be in that regard. He's a much better storyteller than he is game designer. I get what you mean. Death Stranding was too artistic. The big thing that set me off in the end. So I already didn't have that good of a time with Death Stranding, and I rushed towards the ending, okay? And then I had to sit through a 3-hour ending. And let me clarify, chat, what I mean when I say a 3-hour ending. I mean actually 3 hours. I mean 3 hours of credits and the game locking you into standing on a beach because it doesn't want to let you complete the game. So you have to run around and figure out where you need to properly stand to trigger the next rung of the credits. Is easily the stupidest and, like, most annoying ending to a game I've ever encountered. And it's also quite literally, right? Like, people have been like, oh, Cad, you don't finish games as much now. Part of that's on me. The other part of that is on Death Stranding. And I'm not even kidding you, chat. Death Stranding is the game that convinced me where if I don't like a game, I should not push through. I should not continue. I should stop what I'm doing, reevaluate why I'm wasting my time with it, and go do something else. Something that is worthy of my time. Because I realize sometimes trying to push through and finish something is worse. It's not worth it. Death Stranding would have been a better series or movie than a game. I completely agree. Though, to be fair, I'd even argue that the story for Death Stranding 1 is really just convoluted and weird. So, like, I'm not even sure it's, like, that good. I don't know. Maybe some of you guys really like Death Stranding. For me, I personally didn't. I thought it was, like, it was an interesting concept that he kind of just went a little too overboard with and struggled to actually give it, like, coherence at times. Hmm. This is definitely spending longer than the 1 AP that I set out to do this. Oh my god. You went overboard as Kojima in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I at least feel like the Metal Gear Solid series fits that better because you're stealthing a lot in it. So it makes sense to have it be a little bit less action oriented. And I'm not going to say that like the story that they told didn't make sense for it to be less action oriented. It did. It just wasn't nearly as engaging or fun to me as something like a spy espionage thriller like Metal Gear is. I feel like that worked out way better. I don't know what I'm facing here. I really want a Rider and a Lancer for this. Yep, whatever, send it. This event has length if you don't skip cutscenes. Yeah, it definitely takes a while, especially if you're doing 6-slot comps like I am. It's why I've been playing off stream and like not necessarily worrying about like showing you guys everything, is because in order to do 6-slot, it's going to take a long time. Oh no, not Invul. What will I do? So anyways, that's a little bit more annoying. Removed when attacked by an extra attack, and I do not have... Let's just do that. We'll focus on killing Xiang Yu here. Infinite AP glitch time, pretty much. I mean, that's honestly the biggest reason to do tower events is for the amount of time you spend doing them. The Nat AP region, you are literally spending probably less than like 100 AP on the entire event. And you are getting such insane value for like Master and Mystic Code experience, QP, Embers, and various other really nice things like crystallized lores. I think there's even Bond Grails in here. So it's like, it's just good in a lot of ways. Hmm. Doesn't Wu have party charge? I think she does. Sure. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead if I can. I couldn't. There it is. The increase in P gauge for all allies. All right, sweet. Now she can NP again. That's all I was trying to do, is trying to get Lartoria to NP a second time so I could get the invincible pierce here so that I didn't have to worry about this mechanic. Because I had a Brave Chain, I could have gotten the extra attack, but basically I would have had a dead turn here where I dealt no damage. Because none of that would have gotten removed until I actually did that. Uh-oh. Wait, this is a 2 out of 2. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I did not pay attention. Nah. Nah, Qingong. Nah. That's a big nope, good sir. He pursued Lu Bu, yeah. Omega Low. He dies anyways. Oh, if I had known that, I would have just targeted Lu Bu. Crap. That's funny. Okay, Lu Bu definitely hitting kind of rough here. Let's go ahead. Let's do this. This fight was so fun. Yeah, I mean, honestly, compared to the prior one with like Kirei and stuff like that, like this one is way more fair and it's just kind of funny. I think you definitely have a little bit harder of a time if you didn't have Invuln and Pierce of some sort, but it's still like certainly doable. Okay, Wu's the only one that's gonna die here potentially, but we should be fine. Assuming I get lucky crit, but... And I didn't. I might still have it. There we go. There's a little bit of points in that Lancer class score helped out there. Got the kill. Didn't hear engineer yelling in the background? Oh god. That being said, the fight was fun. This is also, to me, like the most boring cutscene so far. Like, all the cutscenes have actually been top notch, even when they're with characters that I'm not normally interested in. This one's been kind of meh. An oversized duffel. You've already started ClassCore? Yeah. Chat, what if I told you this song is the basis for the like shenanigans theme that plays during Kaguya-sama Love is War? Like if you listen to the instrumental version of it, they sound the same. Should you start with a class you love first, or what you actually use most? Whatever you want. I can advise you guys on this sort of stuff, but realistically speaking, chat, it's like grailing. Should you grail for gameplay or should you grail for love? I always go with love. I feel like I enjoy the game more that way. It's bold of you to assume that I remember Kaguya-sama OSTs. I'm not. I only remember specifically because every time I hear it, I can't not hear You Spin Me Right Round. Because it's blatantly obvious. I'm somebody that, like, I'm very, like, clued in whenever, like, music plays. I recognize music really, like, easily and fastly. So, like, hearing it in Kaguya-sama Love is War the whole time, I'm like, is it gonna start playing? Like, am I gonna, like, hear the lyrics here in a minute? And I never did, because that's just the, like, actual OST is based off of this song, which is funny. There was another one here recently too that I'm pretty sure used a Guns N' Roses song. I think it was Welcome to the Jungle, where it's like it was blatantly obvious that it was Welcome to the Jungle. And I'm like, honestly, that's one of those where, like, you talk about, like, JoJo using band names as inspiration. And I'm like, honestly, I don't think that's that big of a deal. I don't think they could really get copy struck or anything like that for that. But, like, you using the actual, like, bass beat for a song, no, that can get you. Like, I'm surprised that the Japanese would, like, kind of do that. Because it doesn't even matter if you change it with regards to music. If it is similar enough, you can still get hit. You have to prove substantial deviation and coincidental similarity. Where if you're playing it as the OST for an anime, you're not ever going to be able to prove that, because they're just going to go, no, you were totally trying to, like, use and abuse the popularity of that song for your own purpose. How's your day going? It's going pretty good. Actually rained here earlier. My order for dinner got canceled again. I had to order a different thing. I got barbecue again. It's really good. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of it. All right, chat. I'm on floor 80. I believe that is. We have the engine room added now. And we're just going to send it. Had to get Chinese food. I had Chinese for lunch. Yesterday I had a, like, it was called like off the skewer, I think, or something like that. And it was basically like shish kebab, but pulled off of the shish kebab. And it was served over like rice pilaf, and it was really good. Like it there wasn't a whole lot to the food, so I'm not sure it was worth the price. But the food was good quality. And I was like, oh, this is actually really light and refreshing in that regard. Go on, shooting. Rootin', tootin', shooting. Take the full arch chain there. Chinese for dinner just now. He discovered that Moonshut beef is his new jam. What is... Oh, Mushu. I was like, what is Moonshut beef? I've never heard of that before. Ordered a chicken pizza today, but for some reason they sent me a different type that I can't eat. And when I tried to get a refund, they got only 20% back. Yeah, I order through DoorDash so often that if my order ever gets messed up, I go like full nuclear and I just say like, no, it is what it is, and I want a full refund. Mostly because I order so constantly and it just racks up the price. It is literally the only way I can get back at that stupid company. But even then, it's like, usually there was an issue anyways. Like, I have people deliver my stuff to the wrong address. I have people deliver it 2 hours late and cold. I have people fail to deliver like half the meal, or like, you name it, right? Any number of things that could go wrong with the order. By the way, chat, we did not get half cost first time completion free quests. Y'all were telling me that, and I went in here to check today, and we did not. So I'm not sure why people were saying that. There we go. Have you ever had a driver eat your meal and then deliver it? No, I've never had that. Thank God. Because if they did, I think I'd make it my personal mission to, like, get the person removed from DoorDash. Like, I already have a bad enough time with a lot of the drivers anyways, and I understand a lot of them are just trying to do their job. For the vast majority of drivers, I don't have any issue, and it's perfectly fine. But for some of them, oh my God, dude, some of them, they're like, hey, what's the gate code to get into your neighborhood? And I'm like, I put it in the order. Like, did you not read? It's always there. I never change. Or I'll get people and they legitimately will not speak English. And I'm like, listen, I understand, but I'm also not obligated to understand this like crazy thing you're trying to tell me. And it's hilarious to me because basically DoorDash has now added a translation app to their thing. And I'm like, dude, a little bit? That's almost like a red flag for the government to investigate them. I'm like, you have non-English speakers working at your company. I'm like, you definitely should be asking, hey, like, are you actually like somebody that's qualified to do this? Do you even have a driver's license type deal, right? So it's like, that's the sort of crap where I just go like, oh my God, people, please. Because I've had people before, like, I've had drivers try to tell me to cancel an order on my end. They're like, oh, I can't get your order from the restaurant. You have to cancel it. And I've legitimately gotten angry at them before and been like, no, I refuse. Why should I have to cancel it? Because you're going to make me cancel the order and lose my money versus you're going to get a bad thing in your stupid little employment app because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. Inevitably, that's usually what it is. It's like they go to the restaurant and then they're like, oh, this is going to take too long. I want to cancel this. I don't want to do this delivery. And they try to like back out of it and they try to guilt trip you into doing it. I have legitimately had a non-English speaker try to demand this of me and get really upset with me before because I refuse to cancel the order. And I'm just like, no, you can go fly a fucking kite. I do not care. And I literally, what I did, because the person tried to be a little bitch with it, and he wasn't going to cancel the order, so he was going to play chicken with me. He was going to hold my order hostage. So what I did, I ordered a second order from somebody else. I just said, all right, I'm not going to get this. I'm going to order a second order so that I actually get something finally. And eventually, the guy delivers it 3 hours later. And the second it hit my doorstep, I went right back into the app and I just immediately said, I never got my order. Because, like, yeah, I checked it. It was cold as shit. I'm like, no, dude, like, I don't know what the heck this guy's problem was. You can just F off. Like, I'm not dealing with you. The problem is they're not employee strong. Like, they are literally contract labor, and it is straight up like you work as at your convenience. So it's like you sign up for the app and you can choose to go do some deliveries if you want. In fact, there's people that do this all the time. They'll be like, okay, I got to run into town. On my way back, I'm going to pick up a delivery order and deliver it. So it happens all the time. People got that side hustle, basically. And I'm like, honestly, respect to those people. I don't care. People are just trying to make a living. It's fine. The number one thing, though, that will immediately piss me off is when you start inconveniencing me now. It's like the only reason I'm using this app is for convenience. When you're making it inconvenient, I'm immediately going to bristle. I'm immediately going to be like, nah, I'm not doing this crap. Doesn't mean they can't work. No, I'm not going to give them benefit of that doubt. To me, if you can't speak the language, it's fine if I don't ever know. But if you can't speak the language and you start having problems and having to ask me questions, that's not my fault. I'm not obligated to learn your language. That's your fault for taking on a job you couldn't perform. It's literally not a me issue. So it's like, when I start to see that stuff, it starts to just piss me off because I'm just like, what the heck, man? I just want my food. That's literally it. That's my problem with local Papa John's. They'll randomly throw your delivery to a third party to get it out without saying a word beforehand. Yeah, I feel like they should notify you that they're going to do stuff like that. Like, I'd say, like, it's fine for them to use a third party, but it should be, like, something that they regularly do then. But yeah, you can report it all you want. It's just like, all it does is it apparently like lowers their score in the app. And if they get a low enough score, then they can't work for the company anymore. So I'm like, sure, that's fine. Like, if I have bad experiences, I do report the people. But like, some of these people, it's like, I don't think they care. I think they just straight up are like, yeah, like, I'm not getting paid enough for the shit anyways. And a lot of that, like, I'm going to be real with y'all for a second, too. Who the real evil person here is DoorDash. It is the company itself. The company is what forces this entire thing. Because the company, I guarantee you, takes way too much of a percentile cut from every order. Way too much. And I know this because of the pricing. And like literally the only way you can save as a customer is to not tip the delivery driver as much. So that's what ends up happening all the time. The delivery drivers don't get good tips because the parent company is taking too much of a cut of the order themselves. So therefore, it's expensive for everybody, and literally the only person that ends up like coming out of this like positively is the parent company that really is doing no part of the transaction. All of that shit's just automated. Weird contract where they are and aren't private contractors. They work but can't set the rate. Yeah. God damn it, Trubs. I can't watch that on stream. Yeah, like I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't mind as long if the person can't speak English, as long as they can perform the job. But if they're legitimately so like unfamiliar with the area, incapable of speaking even rudimentary like versions of the language to get by, and they legitimately are like stuck and like causing you problems, that's where like my patience grows thin, and I just say no, fuck that person. That's like their fault basically. Cad rants about rider class servants for 30 minutes colorized. Pretty much. When I worked for Uber, they would basically pay you bullshit. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest issue with that industry. It's the middleman is taking like 90% of the cut. And when that happens, it just doesn't leave any room for anybody. So, like, to a degree, I still feel bad for the drivers. Did you ever cast your grails? No, I do need to do it for this month. I've been busy doing other stuff, so that's kind of why I haven't, but it's definitely something I can do. And chat, will be playing more of the new account later. I'm sorry stream ran over so late last night. I did not expect Fuyuki to take me that long. Though, to be fair, I made it take longer on myself because I did the smart thing, which for time purposes was the dumb thing. So many mandatory fees. So the only thing that can be lowered is the tip. Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, chat, when I order a meal, and my meal is like, let's say it's like $15, okay? The tip on this will end up being like $6 minimum. Now, I want you to think about that. Why is there a over like 30% tip mandatory for the minimum? And the answer is because what ends up happening in the middle here is the company goes like, oh, I'm going to tack on like an additional $6 ourselves. And it's not even that. It'll be even more. It'll be like $8 or some crap. So the driver is getting like $6, the company is getting $8, and the restaurant is getting $15. And what should have been a $15 order is now like $30. It's basically doubled in price. When the reality is, if you think about it, what DoorDash does, DoorDash maintains their app. This is basically overhead, okay? They go in and they install like whatever kiosk or whatever. Actually, I don't even think they use kiosks anymore. I'm pretty sure it's an app that all the restaurants have now. So I'm pretty sure they've streamlined even that, because there used to be costs associated with going into every restaurant. Now I think it's a sign up type thing that the restaurants do. So it's literally just them maintaining their app. That's it. That's all they do. And I'm not going to say that there's not cost associated with that, but that cost literally can't be more than like 50 cents an order. Like, it can't be. So even if they charge $1 and they make double their cost, it's still way cheaper than what they're doing. They're getting away with highway robbery. I know it. They have to be. They straight up have to be. Because the sheer amount of orders going through those services is insane. So it's got to be one of those factors where it is just straight up the company is milking this. How far did the account go? We completed Fuyuki, and then I basically ended stream. Glad I learned cooking. It's funny because I not only know how to cook, I love to cook. My issue is, again, with like streaming schedule and work, a lot of the times it's a time factor. Could I cook now? Yes. it just takes immediately away from like any time I have outside of stream. Tipping has become so stupidly bad, I think it's time to ban it. I understand the point of tipping, and I don't mind it. Like, for instance, I tip my artists very well. But I do think one of the problems with tip culture is it's sort of a license for a company to not pay an employee well. And I understand if you're a, like, good employee, you can make a lot off of tips. Okay, I just had to make sure that that was enough. But I also understand that depending on how you are and how you look and that sort of thing, you can make even more or you could make less. So a very attractive female waitress is going to make a killing off tips. This is a known thing. Okay, especially if she has a good attitude. Attitude is like the number one thing. So at least that one you have control over as a waiter or a waitress. But like, it's also one of those things where it's like, oh, maybe you're just butt ugly. And, you know, I'm not saying this to like insult anyone. Just that I know it's like, maybe you're not an attractive person. Maybe that's not the immediate thing that like you sell yourself on. And at that time, then you're not going to get as much in tipping value. So it's almost like, oh, basically the wages you are earning are dependent entirely on just like what you look like. Okay. And there's definitely a factor of like how you act that can be there. And I do think that's at least worthy of recognition. But I also think it's like that, you know, like the optics of it is the unfair portion that like you might not have any control over. So that's one of those deals where it's like, yeah, to me, just pay them a wage. And if they're doing a bad job, like as a manager of a restaurant, you're going to hear about it. You'll always hear about an employee doing a bad job, because it will always come back to haunt the employee. Somebody will always be like, that person was rude to me. That person was an asshole. They messed up my order. Why did they do this? Like, managers hear all of that all the time. So to me, it's like, just pay your employees evenly across the board. And then from there, fire them if they're not doing a good job. Or again, give them even more if they're doing better. Like if you have an outstanding employee that goes above and beyond as a waiter or waitress or something like that, it's like, yeah, why not give them more? I feel like that's worth, right? Or give them a bonus or something. Just cook, stream, and play FGO at the same time easy. I wish I had a setup for something like that, but that sort of thing's not easy. Sometimes I see some of these streams where people are like completely mobile, they're always on the go, and I'm just like, Jesus, dude, like they make it look so simple and so flawless, but most of the time it's not. Most of the time there's a lot of prep work that goes into stuff like that. With that bullshit where they factor in tips first, yeah. That's definitely an issue. Is it cooking stream with CAD time? I've cooked for stream before, but usually like the one way I did it is I had to take my laptop into the kitchen and you couldn't really see the food. That was the problem with it, because like I assume how like cooking streamers do it is they have a second camera that they have like mounted over the food, or like is looking at it at an angle off of like a tripod or something. Also, I just realized I'm about to level up on an A. That's going to be a problem. Let's go do JP first. I only have 2 more free quests left. Or make blue apples? No, because I'd like to get the tower done. Like I said, we're at floor 80 now, so at minimum, it's like you got to get to like floor 100 so that you quote unquote beat the event. But then the latter 100 floors are actually going to go slower anyway, so I'm kind of trying to like fast track it. There's the EMEA cooking game, so that streaming and cooking, as well as try the meals yourself. I don't know that I could make any of the Japanese meals there. Like simplistic grilling technique, sure, but like authentic Japanese ingredients, nah, I've got no way to get my hands on some of that. I've been abusing blue pills to keep my AP down during Tara. You can. If you have nothing else to spend it on, why not, right? I don't even know how this tower is organized anymore. I think it goes 20 floors, then 30 floors to make up the first 50. Then it goes another 50 floors. Then it goes another 100 floors. Although that 100 is broken up into a part 1 and part 2, which are 50 each. Confusing? There are 200 floors. That's all you need to know. I can send you recipes to cook, Cad. I don't need recipes. I have, quote unquote, the family cookbook. I am actually the current holder of it. All of it, like my mom is the actual holder of it, but I'm the only one with a copy. Neither my brother or my sister have it. So I definitely don't need them. I have too many. That's the problem. Though, to be fair, most of the cooking I do simple cooking. I do not do recipes a lot of the time. Like, if I have a hankering for something, I'll do the recipe. But a lot of the time, I will do one of two things, okay? I will either do, again, like I call simple cooking, where I will take meat, I will give it seasoning or sauce, I will take a vegetable, and I will take a starch, and that's it. And I will just make that, and that will be like the vast majority of my meals. I don't get over the top. It's usually something I can make in half an hour or less, and that's it. Like, just really quick, easy meals, okay? Then I have like abbreviated recipe cooking. So like I will take a recipe and I will like get rid of the more annoying components of it, and I will like simplify that. So let's say something required me to bake it in the oven for like an hour or two. I would instead like make a smaller variant of it, saute it in a pan, and season it similarly to get a similar flavor. And I will manage to get that and use like a just, again, like more simplified version of the recipe so that I don't have to go all out. I guess if I had to, I could do the most like complex version of the recipe. I just don't most of the time because I'm just cooking for myself all the time. So I don't care. It's the same way that I treat the house. It's like, if someone's coming over, I will clean everything. When it's just me, I don't care. I don't care. I don't have to like keep up airs for myself. Like sometimes it's nice to treat yourself. It's definitely a thing. But I'm somebody that's like, I'm very Spartan in how I live. Kat, how does your mom rate your cooking 1 to 10? Just curious. I haven't cooked for my mother too much. Most of the time when I do, my mother actually asks me to do any sort of like fish preparation because she loves the way I cook fish. But beyond that, and also because she doesn't cook fish very often. But beyond that, there's not much else that she like has really tasted of mine. Don't let the house get too crazy for things like bugs. Oh, no, you're fine. Like literally, you want to know like the trash that's on my floor right now? Like, yes, I have like my food container, but I'm literally like after stream, I'm just gonna go take that to the trash. So it's like I do occasionally have like plastics and stuff piled up, but it's not like anything that's actual food I get rid of. My big problem is I have allergies, so I don't ever dust. Like, and that's a definite issue. Like, I'm staring at it, like my desk right here literally has dust on it. So, like, I can touch dust, that's no problem. But if I stir up too much of it and it gets into my like nasal passages and stuff, it drives me bonkers. What had been your most complex and favorite dish? I don't know that it's most complex, but I have 3 favorite dishes. They're all family recipes. One is called London Broil, which it's our take on the recipe. London Broil is a very classic thing. It's basically a really, really nice cut of God, what is it? What is the actual cut of meat for London Broil? I'm trying to remember. Because it's beef, but it's like I think the actual cut is called a London Broil. I haven't had it in a hot second. Like, when I've had it, it's been my mother making it for me lately, so I haven't cooked it in several years now. It's really good. It's got garlic, it's savory, it tastes like a mixture of like roast beef and steak. So it's just really, really awesome. And you score the meat, you broil it in the broiler, and it lets the juices seep into the meat. It's so good. Usually have that with chived mashed potatoes. Fantastic. Get a little bit of like runoff gravy from the London Broil as well for that. And then I like it with asparagus, though you can prepare it with some other stuff. See, I'm my mouth's watering from thinking about it. The next one that I like is probably and this one's another recipe of my mother's. This is lemon broil chicken. There are some secret ingredients in this that I'm not allowed to disclose, but basically the premise is lemon and paprika, and it's just really good. It's like an Eastern European style chicken, but it's primarily lemon flavored, and it's so good. And you usually serve that with white rice and broccoli. And it's fantastic. You soak the rice in the juices from it. Oh my god. Oh. And then the last one, and I have this. Usually, it is like traditionally it has been our Christmas Eve meal, but unfortunately, it's starting to morph into our New Year's meal because, frankly speaking, I hate my family sometimes. That like. Not my parents, but if anything, my parents are pushovers in this regard. But basically, my brother and my sister are both pushovers to their spouses. They will not stand up to them. They will absolutely like not do anything. And basically, their spouses, it's not that they don't care for the meal. They don't care for how much effort it takes. It's definitely the most complex meal that we have. But it is literally just a roast beast. Sorry, roast beef. I like to call it roast beast. Roast beef, mashed potatoes with gravy, and from there it is a broccoli, Ritz cracker, cheddar cheese casserole. Really good. And my mother's homemade raspberry applesauce gelatin. And it is so good. It is the best meal I eat all year. When I eat that meal, I eat like a king. It is fantastic. Google says top round or flank steak for London Broil. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That all sounds wonderful. Yes, those are my 3 favorite meals. Like, don't get me wrong, chat. I love me a good steak. Those 3 meals, better than steak. I will absolutely take them over steak any day. But yeah, I crave it. Actually, I'm really craving lemon broiled chicken right now, so maybe that's something I'll do. Like when I get to vacation, I have a little bit more time. I'll probably get the ingredients together and do a proper lemon broiled chicken, because lemon broiled chicken is the one that I normally do the abbreviated recipe for. Because sometimes I just get that hankering, but I don't feel like going through all the steps. And it's hilarious because I've told Creamy about it, and I've given Creamy the like kind of abbreviated recipe that I use, and it's still good. It's not as good as the original. it hits the spot, but it doesn't quite alleviate the need, the urge. Okay, so I'm just not getting Castorias with the bronze or the silver sea. It's actually what I need. I discovered. I basically need some bronze, but mostly silver seas now because I've taken so many of the gold seas on Castoria. I don't remember the recipe. That was years ago. Sounds great. I've never made a London broil before. You should try it. It's fantastic. You got to get the broiling right on it, but really, it's not that hard. And again, the flavors for a London broil are just so good. God, I'm also craving London broil now. Chat, why do you ask me these questions? Ever think of trying your hand at beef Wellington? I've never tried to make beef Wellington, but I've had beef Wellington before. Beef Wellington's good. Beef Wellington, I'd argue beef Wellington is very similar to the roast beef dinner that we have at the end of each year. Beef Wellington intimidates me. Yeah, I think the issue with beef Wellington, as is a lot of them, and just so chat can see what we're talking about. The issue with beef Wellington is that it is basically like a bread beef. And you might be thinking, like, what the heck? Welcome to British cuisine, chat. But, like, again, you guys can see it, right? Like, it's basically the actual cut of meat surrounded by, again, the outer crust of the beef, and then it's encased in, like, bread. Almost a croissant-like bread. In it, yeah. Excellent art today, Cad. Thank you, Wood. Appreciate it. But yeah, no, beef Wellington's fantastic. Actually, my parents... Hold on. My parents are currently over in Britain. And they sent me this earlier today just to piss me off. It is fish and chips from the local place that they're at, and they said it's fantastic. It is basically, like, again, so usually, I'm trying to remember what it is, because I think it's a lot of the time, people think you make fish and chips with cod. You're not supposed to. Cod is kind of just bland white fish. You're supposed to make it with haddock instead. It has a little bit more flavor and body to it. And I believe that's what this cut is here. Again, standard chips, aka French fries. And then they have mushy peas, which is a staple of Britain. Which, if done right, mushy peas taste fantastic. And actually, I think mushy peas predate Britain. I believe it's actually a Roman recipe, if memory serves me. I remember seeing it on a food history channel before. And then I assume that is some sort of sauce. It might be like a hollandaise sauce. I'm not actually sure what that is. And then maybe some sort of starch there or something. Or it could be a more bread. I don't know. Make sure you try fish and chips there as well. Yeah, definitely would. Oh, I've never heard of mushy peas. Wait, really? Okay, I just realized tomorrow's Friday the 13th. Do you have any plans to avoid hockey mask machete wielding maniacs? No, because Friday the 13th is not unlucky for me. Friday the 13th is actually kind of a day to be celebrated because my birthday is on October 14th. But my grandmother who just passed, her birthday was October 13th. So her birthday would frequently fall on Friday the 13th, all the time. Likely due to my family not liking peas. It's funny you say that because my parents used to serve me peas all the time as a kid and I hated them. And it's only been as an adult that I've kind of learned to appreciate them more. Look up Wigan Slappy. What is that? So, yeah, it's basically just a meat pie. I've never heard this term before, and it definitely looks weird and unique compared to any other meat pie I've ever seen. But, I mean, sure. That's, that's fine by me. That's like something off Urban Dictionary. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say that a lot of stuff off Urban Dictionary, like the entire concept of Urban Dictionary almost comes from like colloquialisms in like British language. AKA slang, right? Like, and that all influenced American slang, and that's how we get our selves to Urban Dictionary. Add some ketchup and that's a quick breakfast? Wait, what do you mean? Sounds like something you do with your lady friend? I mean, maybe, right? Maybe she just has to spit on that thing first before she slappies it. I don't know. But Jason? No, I got that. I just don't care. Though, to be fair, chat, I would either be the immediate first person dead in any horror movie or the person that gets away. There would be no in between. I would not be the person that would die partway through a horror movie. And the reason why is because I would immediately extricate myself from the situation. Immediately. I'm not the idiot that goes, there's an axe murderer in that house. I know. I'll go back in. I'd be like, nope, I'm good. Fuck it. I'm out. I'm gone. Later. So I would either be the one that gets away, or I would be the one that, like, because I immediately try to leave, I'm the first one dead. So either way, the horror genre does not work on me. The buffer's back. Thanks, Twitch. Is it? I show no drop frames this time. So is everybody else good? Fine for me. All right. Maybe it's just Jay is weird. Let's all gaslight Jay now. Okay. The moment a friend walks downstairs, then screams in silence, I would not walk down there to see what happened. Yeah, you would just know. You'd be like, well, she's dead. And be like, is what it is. Though, to be fair, I actually really like smart horror like that. What do I mean, chat? I mean, I like when the protagonist goes, well, that person's dead, and doesn't go, but then horror shit keeps happening, and then like later on you find out the person's not dead. And it's like they actually lived because you didn't go. But maybe not for too much longer. Maybe they were getting tortured. Time to set this building on fire. Yep. Yeah, I always found that funny because so many of the old like horror tropes too are like, oh, it's built on an Indian burial ground. And I'm like, so leave. Or like burn the structure down so it's not pissing them off anymore. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. We were just talking about it because I guess people had some hands-on with Resident Evil 9. So like we've got Resident Evil 9, we've got what was that other one, chat? Ill that's coming. And then I guess they confirmed that a Silent Hill 1 remake is in the works. So like horror fans are eating good. They're literally just getting everything that they want right now. And I was talking about this too because I actually understand why. Like it makes sense the more you think about it. Like why is it that horror fans are eating so good compared to so many other genres of games? And it makes sense because ask a developer what they want to make and they will tell you they want to make a theme park style game. Basically to like cut down on costs, keep the development focused, and keep things narrow. Okay? Like it just allows them to tell a coherent story, to make everything polished, to make everything matter, and it really cuts down on bugs and testing that they need to do. So theme park games work perfectly for devs. Supposedly. The problem with this is this really isn't working right now for the industry. A lot of theme park games are overpriced. They are viewed as a sort of like phoning it in by the developers a lot of the times. And a lot of the times they're buggy messes. They like, because again, they don't do any of it in-house nowadays, it seems. And quite literally, they are also like just not polishing the game enough. So just the actual status of the industry is such that the theme park games are not working and they're not worth the price that the developers are trying to charge for them. But the one genre where this still works is horror. Because while players want more out of their games, horror is the one style of game where it does not matter. You are playing the horror game for the feel, for the atmosphere. you don't care that they didn't like create some vast open world. You don't care if there's a bug, it makes it scarier. You don't care if they basically kept you on rails the whole time, because it's all part of the story and the horror experience. So basically, if you were to make 2 exact games, and one of them was a horror game, and one of them was just an adventure game, the adventure game would get panned likely if they were both the same price, and the horror game would get lauded. That is the state of the industry at this point. It is both an issue with the development cycle and the lack of quality that so many developers are putting out, and it's also an issue with the demands of the players and their expectations. Player expectations for a horror game are always lower. Always. And it's why it actually works for the horror genre. So it's why, like, they keep getting releases and it's like, man, they're just popping off. They're getting so much stuff. It's like, well, it's a quick, easy game to make. They don't actually have to do that much to it. And yet everybody loves it. Everybody's like, oh my God, I love the experience of this. What does it mean by a theme park game? Okay, so usually within game design, there are considered to be theme park games and open world games. A theme park game means that you are like on, you got to imagine yourself on a theme park ride. That is, say, like, imagine you're on like a roller coaster, one of those like slow moving chair type of rides, and you're meandering about and you're like kind of moving around, but you're ultimately at the end of the day always going to end up going from point A to point B. Okay? The entire experience is handcrafted. You are on rails the entire time. You cannot deviate from it. You can't go out of order. You can't go off the beaten path usually. Or if you can, you can't go off the beaten path too much. Open world, on the other hand, is a sandbox style. You exist somewhere in this like sphere of things, and you might start at point A, but then you might have a choice of going to point B, point C, point D, point E, point F, point G, you name it. It's a non-linear structure. Theme park games are usually linear. Open world games are usually non-linear. There are exceptions to this, and there are in-betweens. There are theme park games that have open world areas or have the ability to get off the beaten path. There are open world games that have custom tailored theme park areas or force the story to go in a set way at certain points in time. But generally speaking, a lot of the industry, especially in its formative years, made theme park games, and open world games are more of a modern style of like design, one that hadn't existed too much in the past because of technological limitations. There were still some, but again, it was usually just a sandbox. So theme park games can be good, but they are 99% going to revolve around that handcrafted content. And if that handcrafted content is not good for some reason, maybe it's buggy, maybe it just doesn't land, maybe it's, not what the player wanted for some reason. If it doesn't land, the theme park game is crap. An open world game, usually you're throwing a smorgasbord of things at the player and saying, hey, if you don't like this, don't do that. Go over here and do this instead. So you're giving the player freedom and you're giving the player choice. Open world games usually have a lot more to design in them. They're usually a lot harder. They're usually a lot buggier. But a lot of people really like open world games because that freedom of choice that they give. So again, that's the two styles of design in that regard. There's definitely other styles, but these are the two dominant ones that we see in gaming nowadays. Final Fantasy 13's on rails. Final Fantasy 13 is actually a hybrid. Final Fantasy 13 does this, and then you get to Grand Pulse, and then it does this. And then you try to progress the story, and it does that. So sometimes you mix and match in games. But this was the criticism of Final Fantasy 13 is that the entire first part of the story is on rails and you can't go back to it. Once you reach here, you're in the sandbox and there is no going back. Dying Light in the Forest games? Yeah, Dying Light 2, I don't really think so. Dying Light 1, maybe. Like I would maybe say it was good, right? It's like a 7 out of 10 for me. The Forest is definitely open world. Open world is more of a negative for me. It's just like a well-crafted linear game that tells a story. I would attribute people not liking open world games to two things. One, it is the same argument as not liking isekai. That is to say, for a lot of people, they will tell you they don't like open world games or they don't like isekai, when the reality is there's just a lot of bad ones out there and they have played or watched those. Rather than, hey, there are some really good ones, and when it's actually done right, the genre pops off. So to me, they're both really similar in that regard. An isekai can be really good if it's well written, in the same way that an open world game can be really good if it's well designed. So like examples of good designed open worlds, Witcher 3, Skyrim, Breath of the Wild, right? Like that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, you have other open world games where they don't feel like they're done as well. It feels like going to every point of interest is bland and boring. It doesn't feel like it's custom handcrafted content. It feels boring. It feels repetitive. The second point I would make is sometimes, and I've noticed this, it's just not for everyone. In the same way, it's like maybe you just don't like isekai as a concept. Maybe you don't like open world games as a concept. And the reason being, some people can't handle having freedom. I'm not even joking. I'm not saying this to like meme and be like, ha ha ha, people can't handle freedom. No, literally, some people don't like having the freedom to be able to do what they want in whatever order. They want a like linear structure where it's, I do the first thing, then the second thing, then the third thing, and there's again like order to it, and that is comforting to them and like familiar, as opposed to, hey, you can do things in whatever order you want. That's like, yeah, it's like analysis paralysis or decision paralysis. They can't make that choice. They don't like it. It feels like it's overwhelming to them. So I do think there's a personality aspect to this as well. I think it's the reason why I didn't play Baldur's Gate 3 yet. Yeah, I can see that. And it's really funny because to a degree, Baldur's Gate 3 is like open world, but it's also kind of sandboxy. Well, sorry, kind of theme parky. Because the open world's not very open. But there are a lot of decisions and you can do things out of order. So yeah, it's a decent blend of both. But in an open world game, you can still play even if you get stuck. That's true. I'm not making. Let me be clear here, chat. I'm not making any judgment on which style of game is better. Just so that we're clear. Because the truth to me is that both styles of games are good. Both have their strengths. Both have their weaknesses. And I love games of both types. So to me, both can be amazing when done right. Both can be shit when done wrong. I think one of the inherent issues I have just in gaming in general, and this is one I think that plagues theme parks more, is I like a game to have replay value if a game does not have replay value, I am not willing to pay as much for it. So therefore I'm going to view the price that I would pay for the game at a much lower amount. An example of this I'll give you guys is like something like the Tomb Raider series by Crystal Dynamics. They're great games. I would not pay more than $10-$20 for one of those, though. It's just not, there's no value there for it. They're literally a 10 to 20 hour experience. You will play through it the one time. You will probably never play through it again because there's nothing different you can really do. So to me, paying $70 or $60 for something like that, no. So I think that style hurts theme park games a little bit more. But this is actually just one of the sort of devils of the industry, that they will look at a experience that only has like a 20-hour playtime and they will try to charge you full price. Independents won't do that. Steam prices are way too competitive and they need their games noticed. But AAA developers, they'll get away with whatever you let them. So that's definitely an issue. Whereas at least with an open world game, I usually have, even if it's maybe not like fully replayable, I usually at least have way more playtime in an individual like sitting of the game. So in that regard, I feel like usually an open world game gives me more bang for my buck, but that's not always true either. So like I've said before, it's like there are versions of open world games that are just not good. And when that happens, it feels really bad because you feel like you got baited into paying a higher price for it. You were promised an open world, and then the open world was dull or boring. And then you go like, what the heck did I pay for? I like CRPGs and JRPGs myself, and the two play very differently. Yeah. JRPGs are largely where my idea of replay value comes from. Chat, if you go back and you play Final Fantasy X, can you make decisions in Final Fantasy X that change the outcome of the game? Not really? Yeah, I would agree with that. I'd say not really. And that's largely true of any Final Fantasy. But why do people go back and play JRPGs over again? Think about it. Why do they? Nostalgia? It's definitely a thing. They're good games. They are. Maybe they're going back to experience the story again. Maybe it's just a dose of nostalgia from the past. Maybe they just like the gameplay of the game. I'm going to tell you my experience that really helps this is that usually JRPGs do one thing right. Because they don't give you choices that matter. They don't give you player customization. But they usually let you kit out and change the characters' classes and gear and stuff like that. And that gives you that RPG element that allows you to have maybe some RNG, maybe change up the way you did things a second time around, and it allows you to get replay value out of it. It makes it different and it makes it fun a second time around, despite you already having played it and already knowing. And it's the truth. That's what I've noticed over time. The more replay value you give your game, obviously the game has to be good on its premise. It has to be able to stand alone as is. But the thing that I've noticed is that if the game is good, the more replay value a game has, the longer it will stick around. And an example of this that I can give you guys is something like Elder Scrolls, for instance. People often get like really upset and say like, oh, like the Bethesda games are buggy nonsense. They're just a mess. And it's like, I mean, sure, I understand that. But also, the Bethesda games are just like amazing in their own right and have a crap ton of content. And they allow you to change how your character plays. Like, throughout the course of my current Skyrim playthrough, I have started out as magic. I have gone archery and stealth archery. I have gone back to magic. I have gone back to archery. I have gone to melee now. I have gone back to magic. And I have gone to buffed melee now. And there's still other playstyles. I could do conjuration. I could do illusion. You name it. So, like, there are various other ways. Because, like, when I say I'm playing caster, I'm saying, like, I'm playing destruction magic caster. Okay? So, like, that allows you to have that replay factor. Being able to do things different is what matters. Sometimes in some games, that's making different choices so that the story is different the next playthrough. But the thing I've learned more than anything is a gear system and, you know, like skills and classes and things like that absolutely really help a game's replay value. They really let you do things differently a second time around compared to, say, maybe a first time around where you maybe make some mistakes. The second time around, you can optimize it and do it even better. And the third time around, you can play completely different. So it's really, really nice in that regard. Does Starfield? Yes, actually. Yeah, I know chat doesn't like hearing about this because I'm one of like Starfield's more outspoken proponents. There's a lot that Starfield does wrong, if you ask me. But there's also a lot that Starfield does good. Why is my Steam not opening? Okay. Weird. I don't get to that kind of playtime without there being replay value, chat. And I'm dead serious, right? Like, we can say what we want about the quality of a game that Starfield is, but Starfield still has a lot of content in it. Now, how does this compare against some of my other ones? Not as much. But is it good? Yeah. Yeah, it's still good enough. You can find new ways to play the game. Yep. Yeah, the materia system in 7's really good. Hopefully she can card that out. I like how I basically carded this one to death. Does it even have alien races? No. I mean, that's definitely its biggest issue. Like I said, I can talk a lot about Starfield and what Starfield could have done better. I understand though. Like I think if there was a Bethesda person in the room with me and I were to say all these points, they would basically just counter me by saying that's not what we were going for. And I can respect that. Like I definitely see that like what I wanted Starfield to be and what you wanted Starfield to be, probably completely different styles of like game. But at the end of the day, for better or worse, all that matters is the player. It's okay to have like a cool vision and design for your game, but the player is all that matters in the end. It's like it's the same concept in retail as like the customer's always right. The customer kind of is. And the reason that the customer is because the customer is the bottom line. The customer is the dollar, right? At the end of the day, if you want to make money in the gaming industry, you need to pander to your customer. If you are not, you're doing it wrong. It's like there's no other way to say it other than that. To a degree, though, you also like the best game developers are going to know when the customer is wrong. That is to say, you have to be able to filter through a customer whining and complaining and saying, I want this, I want that, and find the truth. Find, regardless of what they're saying, the problem is, figure out what the true problem is. Like, for instance, a customer might say, this game is boring and dumb and bad. Is the customer right? Well, I don't know. Maybe you have like 100,000 concurrent players. So I think the customer's probably wrong at that point. But maybe they're saying this for a reason. Maybe there are some legitimate points that they bring up. And that while they're being sensationalist in how they say it, there is at least maybe some concerns. And those concerns should be what you should figure out. Like, why are they saying that? What can I do as a developer to help combat this notion? I wonder if the Expanse game will end up being dealing with the same issue. It might, but I'd argue... Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out, chat. What do you think of when you think of sci-fi? Space. Okay? Science, aliens, Star Wars. Infinite fantasy possibilities. Yeah. So, sci-fi usually, again, like something like Star Wars, Star Trek, you name it. Like, those are the things that are going to pop into mind. With Starfield, chat, you guys need to understand Star Trek, Star Wars, that's not what they thought. They thought 2001: A Space Odyssey. There's a problem. You can't make a game off of this. And if you've seen this movie, you know why. I get that this is what they were going for, but there's a problem here. 2001: A Space Odyssey is a journey. It's a journey of self-reflection. It's a journey of finding out what's out there. And the end of the movie is kind of inconclusive in the same way that Starfield is. They were hoping that everybody would see and draw that connection and be like, wow, Starfield's amazing. And that they would be doing justice to 2001: A Space Odyssey. The issue with this is it is mostly an emotional journey. It is not a journey of combat. It is not a journey of space exploration. It is not a journey of, like, how should I put this? Leveling, crafting, any of that. It's way more of an atmospheric experience than anything else. I would say it's closer to like Kara no Kyokai for any of you guys that have, watched K&K, okay? Where you're not expecting like amazing fights every 2 seconds. It is more about the journey than the events along the way or anything like that. That makes for a shit game. It's a great movie. But just like we were talking about earlier with Kojima and like him being better maybe for movies, it's this exact same concept. Turning 2001 into A Space Odyssey just wasn't going to work. You could take some of the like technological designs, like the NASA punk that they went for. That does work. That's fine. You can absolutely do that. You can't take that theme and leave it open-ended like that and have the player feel fulfilled. Because you end it on a mystery. Players don't want a mystery. They want conflict resolution. They want conflict. That's the basis of this. And so, to me, you can do something like that, but realistically, especially if we're going to talk video games, but definitely to an extent a lot of movies. If you're going to do a sci-fi movie, usually you're going to do one of two things. Number one, you are going to have some sort of story involving aliens. It's going to be extraterrestrial life. So chat, what's number two? If you don't do aliens, what do you do? The better way to think of it. Ooh, you're close, Jay. You're close. Think Gundam. There's no aliens in Gundam, chat. War? Now you're getting somewhere. Go even deeper. What happens? Like, what is war the result of? Politics. These are your two major like genres within sci-fi. And technically you can blend them, there's no issue, right? But like if you're not going to have aliens, this means that your world is like all of outer space is just humanity. So what do you have to do? In order to create conflict, in order to create drama, in order to create suspense, you need politics. Now, chat, answer me this. Which does Starfield have? Yeah. Yeah. Age got it right. It has neither. That's Starfield's problem. There's some aliens in it. None of them are sentient. There's some politics in it. Almost all of it happened before the game ever began, narratively. That's why Starfield sucks. I love Starfield. Starfield's a great game in so many aspects. But that is why the story for Starfield is the worst in any Bethesda game I've ever played. By far. The two major genres that people would expect in a sci-fi are absolutely void and vacant. They're not there. Every political event in Starfield happened before the time period of the game. So, the Colonial War, the Mech War, the dissolution of, the Snake House, I'm trying to remember, and them, like, departing for the, like, outer reaches of space. All of that happens before the player does one thing. That's fine. That's how it is in so many other Bethesda games. The issue is nothing major happens during the storyline. You don't do anything as the player. You don't like, oh, okay, there's a war between the Freestar Collective and what's the United Colonies. That happened in the past. There were mechs. Mechs are now banned. That is the most bullshit, uninteresting thing I've ever seen a game do. Hey, war happened. Cool technology that you would like, it's banned. So, what should you do with the current storyline? Well, another war should happen. That banned tech should become a thing that you use. Do they do any of that? No! Who the fuck wrote that? What kind of idiot writes that? I'm sorry, it's the truth. Like, you don't sit there and go, hey, all this cool shit happened in the past. What are you gonna do now? I don't know. I guess we'll, like, twiddle our thumbs and, like, just sit here. The Starfield is like a post-apocalyptic storyline without any substance. Yes! And that's its problem. It really is. We can sweep spaceship rooms. Yep. Basically, Starfield tries to be many things. It tries to be 2001: A Space Odyssey. It tries to be Star Wars. It tries to be Star Trek. It tries to be Mass Effect. And it does none of them. All of those space IPs did something cool and unique. Starfield doesn't. Not with its story, at least. You best, Babbage. Well, that's the hilarious part. As you're going around Transpace, you actually get to see, like, destroyed mechs on some of the planets. And you're like, oh, that's cool. And you never get to use it. Let me put it to you guys this way. This one's going to drive the point home. You can see destroyed mechs like a battle occurred. Just like how you see destroyed power armor suits in Fallout. But you know what? At least Fallout lets you use the power armor suits. Fallout goes, hey, here's this cool concept. We're going to show it to you. We're going to dangle it in front of you. And then we're going to give it to you. Starfield goes, hey, here's this cool concept. We're going to show it to you. We're going to dangle it in front of you. And then we're never going to give it to you. Like jerking off with sandpaper. It's just pain and suffering. Like, and I say this because a lot of people wrote Starfield off in the first, like, 3 hours of the game. Starfield is worth more than that. Starfield definitely has some good stuff in it. But when you're talking to somebody that's put in over 150 hours, that's played through the story entirely, that did a lot of what he wanted to do. I'm not going to say I did everything, but I did a lot of what I wanted to do in the game. And I still come away with it, like, having major issues with it. That's not good. Starfield just wannabe Skyrim in space? No, that would have actually made it better. It's mostly wannabe Fallout in space. And to be fair, like, people, apparently the Starfield subreddit's getting really upset because there's been no news. So the thing about this is, and I explained it to you guys before, right? If I were Bethesda at this point, like put yourself in their shoes. step outside the box and look down and ask yourself, how is Starfield perceived by players? It is almost entirely negative. Even the game's biggest fans and proponents have negative stuff to say about it. So, should they keep releasing DLC after DLC for the game? Most people would be like, oh, you should give up. You should let it die. It's not worth it. Bethesda's not going to do that. They didn't do that with Fallout 76, which is when they absolutely should have. So if they didn't do it there, they're not going to do it here. But the one thing I can see is just constantly hammering out DLCs one after another would just increase animosity. So one of the best things they should do for Starfield is they should go radio silent. They should not talk very much. And they should just quietly work on fixing the game, on improving it, on adding the things that players want to see in their game. And then that should be their next expansion. It should be a massive overhaul of the game so that you can change the entire perception that players have. Because it's the only way to save Starfield at this point. Otherwise, it's dead. It will forever just be a graveyard that people mod into other things. Like, for instance, right now, chat, Starfield has seen a resurgence in players because a bunch of players are coming back to play it as a Star Wars game. Not because it's Starfield, but because they're literally jonesing for a Star Wars game and they don't have anything for that either. So at this point in time, people are beginning to treat it as such, but that's the only thing it has going for it. So how do you rescue it? You can only do it by kind of trying to put out a big bang. Star Wars options are even worse. I wouldn't even say it's that they're even worse. There's just not options. Star Wars really hasn't had very many games released in the past decade. Like, chat, ask yourself, how many Star Wars games have been released in the last decade? Can you guys name any of them? Most of chat can probably name 3. Oh, okay. There's 2. There's 4. Any others? Force Unleashed wasn't this decade. Oh boy. Wasn't there a new Rogue Squadron game? Yeah, there was. But it wasn't Rogue Squadron. It was Star Wars Squadrons. If it were Rogue Squadron, it might actually be good. Nice way to make me feel old. No, it's fine. Like, it's just, that's the issue with it, is there's really just not that many Star Wars games that have come out. So if you want a particular style of Star Wars game, you kind of got to turn another game into it. But like I said, I think modding is the strength of Bethesda games, and modding is literally the only reason Starfield isn't just completely dead in the water. It's the only reason. If not for modding, it would be. It would have been a complete colossal failure of a game. And that's not good. Now, I say that they might have made good money on it. I don't know. I haven't seen sales figures for Starfield, so I could not tell you. Yeah, she's the issue there. The KOTOR remake died, didn't it? No, apparently it's still in the works. It's just, I think they changed studios was the problem. Like, they didn't like the progress that was being made, and they pulled the project. It's NP gain. Wait, was it? No. Okay. EA had the license and did jack with it. Yeah, EA had an exclusive license for Star Wars games for years, and it was a problem. I think if they released Starfield for PS5, it might drum up interest for it. No, it would just get blasted. It would dig up an old wound. The wound being, why wasn't it released on PlayStation 5 in the first place? And it would literally just cause issues, I think. And actually, I say that it may already be on PlayStation 5. Sorry, Chad. I was just looking at something real fast. No, I was looking at the subreddit. Guess I'll just kill him dead. God, King of Sans Arts card's always good. Please stop counter class killing. Yeah, we got the charge. Gonna have to pray to God these land. Thank God. Yeah, the evasion here is just nasty. They should make a bounty hunter game that plays like the old Mercenary series. Yeah, it's so wild because supposedly they were like making a bounty hunter game and they pulled the plug on it. Honestly, the decisions made by some of the like higher ups and like video game publishers are astounding to me sometimes. Not gonna kill, but maybe if the Buster card crit, but still no. Isn't Naughty Dog doing a bounty hunter game or something? I don't know. I'll be honest with you, and I'll say I'm not interested in literally anything that Naughty Dog produces now under Neil Druckmann. Neil Druckmann to me is like killed Naughty Dog's reputation in my eyes. There are rumors of it coming to PS5. Yeah, and it probably will eventually. I don't think Starfield is this like big seller that like Xbox thinks it is, but I think Starfield is a sore point for Xbox. They don't want to let it go to PlayStation 5 because they spent so much money to acquire Bethesda. For instance, chat, like when they were acquiring, yeah, hold on, let me see. Yeah, they spent $7.5 billion to acquire Bethesda, chat. They want that money back. And they don't want to give it to PlayStation. Because if they weren't going to do things that way, why would they have spent that kind of money? They basically spent $7.5 billion to make that shit exclusive. You think they will fix Fergus's image before we get to an end to part 2? No. Star Wars 1313? Yep. Come on. Well, we have all casters here, so let's shuffle the cards and hope for a better deck. I got it. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Good old Hans dying to a stiff breeze. He's not going to loop, so let's go for damage. Well, actually may have been more damage to go with the triple arts. Can you win? I don't know. This is actually going to be close. A lot of it's just like, it's just the RNG of the dodges. Okay, all 3 of those hit, which means I'm going to get screwed on this turn. So I have to kill here. Have to. This is non-negotiable. Oh my God. Why was that so close? Like, what the heck? And it was when they just hyper fixated and killed King Hassan that it fell apart. King Hassan was the carry there. I didn't have protection for him at that point. And back-to-back attacks to kill him. And I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, that would have been a lot easier if I just took somebody that had like Invuln and Pierce or something, or Sure Hit. But I didn't. Microsoft is pushing almost everything to any other platform, including PlayStation. Of course they are. Do you know why? Do I need to explain that one to chat? Xbox fans are not going to like me after this. We'll go for his arts card. Money? It's always money? Yeah, but that oversimplifies it. No one's buying their consoles? Of course no one's buying their consoles. Xbox is a failed console now? No. And the reason why, chat, this is semantics, but you can't call it a failed console when they didn't even try. The current generation of Xbox consoles, they literally just gave up. Okay? So, it's really weird, but they just basically decided, nope, we're not going to try, and we're going to get rid of the one thing that makes people buy consoles. Exclusivity. Like, good on Microsoft for doing that, but it's not going to make me be like, oh, Microsoft, you're so good. I'll buy your console out of pity. I'm not doing that shit. Xbox bought more than they should have. Yes, 100%. All right. Chat, do have to go all the way back in time for this. So, obviously, for years, you had Sega, you had Nintendo, and you had Sony. Okay? So, Sega bites the dusto, and in comes Microsoft. You have Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft. Nintendo goes its own way, never follows the trends. Sony is the trend. Microsoft tries to be the trend. Microsoft gets beat in its debut generation, as it obviously should have. I'm not saying this is like an insult to Microsoft or anything like that. Like, your debut generation shouldn't win over the current veterans of the industry, right? Unless you just are amazing for some reason. You did something they didn't, which it didn't. Xbox did not do anything different from any of the others. Then you get to the 360 generation. This is easily your best generation. You, at least in popular consciousness and the societal zeitgeist, you win. You don't in terms of actual numbers. Sony still freaking wins. Why? Because they did something different. You should have actually won, but Sony put a Blu-ray. And that killed you. Then you get to the next generation. Sorry, Sony put a DVD player in. Then you get to the next generation, and you put a DVD player in. Sony puts a Blu-ray in. And you fuck up and try to say no backwards compatibility. And Sony just has the easiest W of all time. They walk over, they pick up their game, like any just game cartridge, and they hand it to someone else and says, this is how easy it is to share games on PlayStation. And Microsoft is blown the fuck out when that happens. So Microsoft tried to enter an industry that was the world's largest entertainment industry. It is bigger than television. It is bigger than movies in Hollywood. Gaming is the world's largest entertainment industry. And you need to think about that, chat. That's fucking crazy. So Microsoft tried to enter. Microsoft tried to take it over. Microsoft failed in its initial bid. Microsoft gave up. Microsoft said, fine, we can't win the console war. But we can beat you by winning the market war. By having Xbox Game Pass. There's the problem with that. Xbox Game Pass has not worked for them. It's a pyramid scheme. It has to have more subscribers constantly coming in for the funding scheme of it to work. Because they have to entice more developers to enter into their ecosystem, but they can't entice them without having more money to pay them. And they can't have more money to pay them without having an ever-increasing amount of subscribers. And so as long as subscriber numbers grow for Game Pass, they're good. But it hasn't. So they didn't win this war either. So now they've failed their first two attempts. They attempted to dominate the market vertically. And now they're trying to dominate it horizontally, and they fail that. So now they try their third hand, chat. They say, if we can't win the console war, and we can't win the market war because Steam just exists and kicks our ass, we'll win the publisher war. We will acquire every fucking studio, and we will gain the rights to every fucking game, and we will make sure that we get the licensing fees off of every game. And they go out and they spend bukus of money, and they buy up all these studios. They buy up Bethesda. Bethesda's next release flounders. They buy up Blizzard and Activision. Neither of them are doing too hot and are both under fire right now. And at this point, Microsoft internally has got to be just fucking livid. They have got to hate gamers. And I really do mean this, chat. I think internally, Xbox, like the business people, they hate gamers. They are so pissed off that it's just not going their way. They've tried every sleazebook tactic that they had. They have tried benevolent marketing. They have tried sneaky tactics. They have tried to wine and dine you. None of it worked. And they've also failed this now, too. And they're just like, how? How do we actually win? How do we take over this entire industry? And the answer is, you don't. You literally can't. This is not an industry you can take over. It's an industry built on trust, and you've lost it. So to be fair, it's hilarious that they have, because I need to put this into perspective for you. While all of this is going on, chat, with Xbox and Microsoft, imagine this is a football game. Every other publisher, every other giant of the industry is also fumbling right at that moment. Every single one of them. Nintendo was the only one throughout most of this time that came out smelling like a rose, and Nintendo just picked up a gun, pointed it to its head, and pulled the trigger just recently with Switch 2. Now, Nintendo's not dead. They're in the hospital with a gunshot wound, and they may be missing part of their brain. But that's how bad things are. You literally have every other major titan of the industry doing dumb shit, and Microsoft somehow is still fucking up. Somehow. And what do I mean? Well, chat, go look at the price for Outer Worlds 2. And tell me if you think that shit's worth $80. $80, you mean 1/5 of an FGO pity? I mean $80 as in more expensive than 99.9% of games on the market. But yeah, that's the problem with Xbox. Xbox gave up. They gave up on the console and made everything non-exclusive. That was a colossal fuck up on their end because it doomed their console. It doomed their console in a generation that they could have won. They actually, like, Xbox, if it tried, could have won this generation, which is hilarious. And that's why Xbox fans are livid with them, because they're just like, how do you keep managing this? Like, literally everybody is screaming at them, just do something, and they refuse to do anything. And then again, like I think they're trying to push everyone to Game Pass here. They're trying to save Game Pass. Game Pass isn't gonna get saved. And they'll probably scrap Game Pass. Not anytime soon, but probably somewhere down the line when they realize that the actual cost of running it is not worth. And then everyone will scream and be like, no, Game Pass was so good. And then you'll be like, you never owned anything on it. It was never good. It was always a trap. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory? Yeah, honestly. It's actually surprising that they've managed that. And then, like I said, Sony keeps doing dumb shit. Sony's like the bull in the china shop at this point. I hate to say it, chat. I actually think Sony's coming out of this one the best. Right now. I actually do. Sony at least has some games that are popping off. And it's so far at least been the only one intelligent enough to go, everyone hated that Nintendo announcement. Maybe we shouldn't say anything. Oh my. Is that Microsoft saying they're going to make everything else $80 as well? Did they not see how people reacted to the Nintendo announcement? I think we sit here. I think we wait. And if Xbox is somehow successful, we'll do it too, but they're going to get roasted. We'll just sit back and wait for them to implode. And I actually think that's what Sony's doing right now. I think Sony at least had one brain cell to go, if we do this too, we're going to get creamed. Let's just not do it. Let's wait. Let them take all the risk. Has Sony said anything after their price bullshit? Nope. Sony is the only one. They've been quiet. And I'm like, that is such a smart move right now. Chat, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. Sony at least understands that. They're at least going like, wait, hold on. Let's not do anything. That's better than doing something right now. Art of War, yep. And Elmo Gaben sits on his mountain laughing when he's not trained to teach Valve to count to 3. Yeah. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Steam absolutely comes out of this the best because as each one of them keep doing scummy shit, Steam just keeps on keeping on, and then all of the developers mauled that they have to give a 30% cut to Steam, but Steam's just like, yeah, well, at least I'm not trying to nickel and dime the player. And then their eyebrows go like this again. Can't believe he just said that. I hate Gaben. Let's do it like that. I could have done the Mighty Chain, but it's actually worth it for the NP game. Unless you're a visual novel developer, then Steam hates you. I don't know about that. Unless there's something I don't know about. On PlayStation Network, how much does Sony get from each game if Steam is 30%? That's a good question. %, platform, so it's the same as Steam. See, I'll give credit where credit's due, at least to Sony. Sony is smart at times. Sony is really stupid at times, but Sony's also really smart at times. Sometimes they just go, huh, that other person's doing it. Fuck it, we'll do it too. That's it. They basically go like, all right, we're just going to enforce the industry standard. And then they don't have to suffer any of the flack because all they have to do is be like, when someone gets angry at them, like, why are you taking a 30% cut? They just go, they did it. And that's kind of how Sony always has operated. Everything that every bullshit thing that Microsoft pulled off with Xbox, Sony either wouldn't do it or would just wait until they did it, let them establish it, and then do it themselves. They would basically take none of the risk. And I think that's what pisses off Microsoft, is every time Microsoft comes up with an idea, they go, okay, this is finally the thing that we need to beat Sony. And then Sony just copies it. Though to be fair, it's not like Microsoft hasn't copied a ton of stuff from the others as well. So Steam is not doing it worse than Sony. It's the same cut. So why do devs complain about Steam but not about Sony? That exact reason. Let me be clear here. Everybody complains about Steam because it takes a 30% cut, which is a foreign way of saying it's not about the 30% cut. It's because Steam controls PC, and they hate that. That's the actual truth, chat. It has nothing to do with a 30% cut. And I can explain that one too if you want me to. Now that makes sense too. Sony controls PSN. Yeah. Is it just that PC is more open platform and the devs want that extra control? No. Well, kind of. So like PC, like you're saying, yes, it's more open, right? So think of it like the Wild West and think of the publishers as gangs. But the Wild West has a ton of hot women and valuables that the gangs want to loot. And so the gangs get really upset at the sheriff Because that's what Steam is. Steam is the sheriff. It's always been there, and it always will be there, and they really freaking hate it. They're like, it should be us, not the sheriff, running things. But the sheriff was elected by the people because the people trusted the sheriff. And obviously the people didn't trust the bloodthirsty cutthroat gang. Enter Yu-Gi-Oh meme, yes. Should have been me, not him. No! But yeah, no, like, it really is that. It's PC's an open marketplace. They all want their cut of the pie. Steam is kind of in the way of that. They don't want to have to pay Steam, and they want to control it themselves. So they make a big stink about the cut that Steam gets, but the reality is they just want control. They want Steam gone. That's all it is. Because as long as Steam is there, they can't get away with bullshit. They can't do all the scummy stuff that they do to their console players on PC. Because PC players just don't tolerate it. Because we just immediately go, Steam's not doing that, so why should we tolerate you doing that? And usually who's complaining about the actual 30% cut? Actually independent developers. It's smaller devs are like, man, 30%'s a lot. Like, we kind of need every bottom dollar. And what happens is the bigger publishers go, yeah, that's right. 30%'s too much of a cut. That sucks. Yeah. Go get them. That's exactly what's going on. Zaref has to be there, so IMO devs blaming it on Steam are not being realistic if they're selling it on Steam platforms. Steam needs to make some revenue to support the operations. 30% is probably too much, but it's only too much if you don't look at everything that Steam does. What do I mean? Steam isn't just a marketplace. You see, that's what all of these other publishers get wrong. They want control of the marketplace. But Steam isn't just a marketplace, and that's exactly why everyone loves it. So the issue at play here is that they want to provide the bare minimum support and service to the customer. Steam goes above and beyond the call. So Steam charges a higher rate because it needs to have extra staff and overhead to kind of allow for that. But all of the players use Steam because Steam is a better service. And that's what they hate. They want the players themselves. They don't hate the 30% cut. They hate that they don't have the players themselves. Consumer-friendly practices on the platform. Yes, exactly. NVIDIA has been the last 6 to 8 years. Steam is the only good one left. Yeah. And that's why everyone's like super worried about what happens when Gaben's gone. But Gaben's already come out and said, he's like, yeah, I'm already making plans for what happens when I retire, die, yada, yada, yada. Because I think Gaben understands. He's like, yeah, this is an actual problem in the industry. And honestly, I think we could extrapolate it beyond that. A lot of industries out there right now are having this same sort of moral dilemma. Companies are becoming increasingly exploitive and like stingy at the same time. So basically they are just kind of always at odds with the consumer, and nobody's doing anything to benefit the consumer. Whereas all it takes is one company to do something positive for the consumer, and that company immediately takes off. But so this goes back to game theory, if you guys are familiar with the concept. Game theory is similar to the 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 prisoner's dilemma, okay? So the prisoner's dilemma is as such. You have prisoner 1 and prisoner 2. The cops go up to prisoner 1 and they say, hey, we just got done talking with prisoner 2. If you rat him out, we'll give you a deal and you'll get out early. So the prisoner has a dilemma of going, do I betray prisoner 2? If I do, I get out early. But the thing here is, they go to prisoner 2 and they tell prisoner 2 the same thing. They say, we just got done talking to prisoner 1. If you rat out prisoner 1, we'll let you out. Because prisoner 1's going to rat you out. So they basically try to play the two against each other. They separate them and they try to play them against each other. The idea here is, if both of you confess, you both get the maximum sentence and you're fucked. If one of you confesses, you get out and the other one is fucked. But if both of you hold solid, everybody walks free. So it's a trust issue. It's the prisoner's dilemma in this set of circumstances, right? So basically, they want that capability to be able to manipulate and do things to the industry. But all it takes is one good actor, and then everybody flocks to it, and then everybody gets upset. Whereas, meanwhile, if all of the corrupt corporations out there maintain that no snitch policy, if they all toe the line, everybody makes more money. But if one of them breaks from the group and says, no, I'm going to do the right thing for the consumer, that company gets the lion's share and everybody else gets fucked. The thing is, it's like reverse prisoner's dilemma. Everybody gets fucked until they also do the right thing. Because all it really is, it's just the consumer wants to be treated well. They want good deals at a price they can afford. They want good products that last and are fulfilling of their needs. And yet, companies increasingly are trying to get away with charging more, making less quality, and basically providing worse service. Where employees have more power? Realistically, it's the consumer that needs more power here. The consumer does have power, whether or not they realize it, but it's on the consumer to actually act as such. And unfortunately, there's a whole lot of propaganda and shit going around. Like, for instance, chat, if I were to say Apple is a shit business, maybe some people in chat would come at me and be like, no, Cad, I love Apple, you're wrong. Okay? And I'm not saying that, I'm just, throwing out a theoretical here. The issue that you're going to have is that there's always going to be somebody to try to counteract you in today's day and age. And as such, it becomes very difficult for the consumer to actually realize that they're being manipulated and exploited. The industry will sit there, they'll market to you, they'll tell you that their product is the best when it's not. They'll just outright lie. When you have a problem with the product, their support will stonewall you and not allow you to return the item or get a refund. And when you tell your friend about it, your friend has also seen the propaganda and is blinded by it and basically tells you that you're wrong for thinking that the product was bad. Now, that being said, we still do have a lot of elements of consumerism at play in today's day and age. For instance, when a company really does fuck up, it becomes blatantly obvious and nobody really does anything. An example of this, chat, with the video game industry is obviously whenever a developer releases a bad game. I'll give you guys another example. Borderlands 4 is coming out. And I don't really know anybody excited for it. I feel like even the people that I know that are normally excited for Borderlands, or at least like they have trepidations about this one. Why? Because Borderlands 3 wasn't good, and because Randy Pitchford keeps just sticking his foot in his mouth. So the reputation is in the tank. That's not going to result in some good game sales, probably. They're going to have to do some heavy lifting to get around that. So, like, for me personally, whenever anyone brings up Borderlands 4, I'm just like, I don't fucking care anymore. I don't even care to hear about it. It's like, I've already resigned it to its fate to a degree. So in that regard, that's where consumerism does matter. It's like, the business at play has a bad reputation at this point, and I think a lot of people are choosing to abstain. You know, talk about Bethesda here, right? Like, I think Bethesda still does have a decent rep, but a lot of people are disenfranchised after Fallout 76 and Starfield. So as you look towards Elder Scrolls 6, I think it's not going to be the instant buy that maybe people hope it is. A lot of it will depend on the marketing for it and how that game is presented ahead of time. If it looks like it's something amazing and next gen, people will buy it. If it looks like it's more of the same, people are going to be really apprehensive. I think to a degree behind the scenes, especially like when we say devs, right? We mean the entire development studio and usually the heads of said studio. But the actual like rank and file devs, I think they probably look at the pricing and they go like, "Oh my god, dude, like why are you pricing my game at $80? Holy shit, it's not going to sell well. I'm going to have to find a new job." Like I think the devs themselves know it's like it's not priced right, and it's going to cost them. See how Randy melts down this time? Yeah. Another flare up on release. Well, I mean, he already did a dumb right here, right? So, like, he's going to do it again. A little bit, this is the issue with social media in general, is people get out there and they flap their gums too much. Like, I'm doing it right now, right? But it's a stream. It's kind of like this is the format of social media that it's in. But it's like, on Twitter, man, bro, you can't take that shit back. Like, I'm surprised some people just don't think before they tweet. They get so used to getting away with just about anything. And then they go, oh crap. Fucked him with his article was pretty great. Yeah, I mean, this is what's to a degree to me funny about like gaming journalism. Gaming journalism should be absolutely like 100% about keeping the corrupt practices of the like AAA publishers in check. And yet gaming journalism doesn't. Because gaming journalism is in bed with the AAA developers and publishers. I don't need to buy new games anymore except for the few series I want to. Yeah, this is actually... I'm glad you said it like that, Kurt, because that's actually an astute observation. There's so many games now. And you know why that is? Because in a digital world, games never really age. And it's so funny that developers and publishers are the ones that were short-sighted about this. They were the ones that wanted to perpetually sell games and not have them devalue in price. Just a second, chat. I'm trying to look for something here. Yeah. This is actually a hilarious example. Now, chat. It's actually on sale right now. But has anyone noticed something here? It's an 80% off sale. What's it 80% off of? $60. Chat. This game came out 7 years ago. This is 2 removed generations ago for this franchise. You have Valhalla after this and Shadows. Actually, technically, you have Valhalla, Mirage, and Shadows. This is actually 4 games ago. This is 4 games and 7 years ago, and this shit is still max price unless it's on sale. That's how this shit backfired on developers. They got greedy. They wanted to always, they're like, oh, we can just always sell it at max price. We're geniuses. And then everyone goes, yeah, I ain't buying your shit. I'm just going to play other stuff. Of course they do. They're going to wait for that 80% sale. And you know what, chat? You know what? That's still not cheap enough for me to buy this. $5 or less. Take it or leave it. It could be it's more of a hassle to change price now than before. I've heard horror stories. No, dude, no. It's not hard for them to change the price. Price changes happen all the time. That's just them being greedy. And that's, by the way, that's why that's still on my wish list. Until that game's $5, I'm not purchasing it. But yeah, so it's like in a world in which you don't like the prices of games, there's so many games out there. Why do you need to buy the new one? You can go find another game similar to it on sale that's older. It might not be that specific game, But I mean, aside from peer pressure, do you really care? Good old Airwolf. I got a solution to that too. Problems if you want to buy Nintendo games. Oh, listen, chat. Nintendo has a sale every year. You should have to wait for that day. Only in America can you have a show about a helicopter that blows things up. What if I told you that we have movies about jets that blow things up? But yes, it's fantastic. Nintendo is the new Disney? I mean, I think Nintendo still has some good people at it. But I also think the people that made Nintendo good on pricing and practices have retired, and the forces and the powers that be have come to the front and are kind of showing their true colors. Because like a lot of what we heard is like the reason like the Wii was such a like great console is because of Reggie, and Reggie had to go to bat for it because the president at the time of Nintendo did not want to do what Reggie was wanting, but Reggie convinced him to be more benevolent. So it's like, oh, well, now Reggie's gone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised that things are happening the way that they are. Instead of having a player first focus, they're now having a stockholder first focus. But at most it's 30% no, probably. I'm not convinced Disney's as bad as or Nintendo's as bad as Disney. Disney's way more sinister. I'm sure Disney has more skeletons in the closet at this point. It's tough to say on stuff like that, though. And I think some of that stuff also probably depends on like how you view things. They saw the profit meme and took it seriously. Yeah. Disney right now is a shadow of its former self. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with y'all, chat. I don't really care what side of the political aisle you're on. I just think that, like, if you're in an entertainment industry, politics really shouldn't be making its way into your work too much. I mean, like, there's internal office politics type crap, but like talking like meta political discussion and theming is like really shouldn't be in your works unless you're making some sort of political oriented thing. But it's like in Disney's case, it's like, oh, you're making stuff for children. Why are you putting politics into it? Like, shouldn't you be just trying to teach them like timeless lessons and like morals and stuff? That's really it, right? Tell a good story, make it entertaining, and try to teach the kid a valuable lesson. And that's really it. That's like all there is to it. You don't have to go beyond that. Same thing with like I don't know, like with Star Wars, it's like, why are you doing anything other than what the fans want you to do? You want to grow Star Wars, the like literally one of the world's biggest IPs, and you want to grow it. It's like it will grow naturally. It has gravitas at this point. So you shouldn't be trying to get other people into it. They will literally become interested on their own. So instead, you should be trying to maintain the base that you have and trying to do it justice as best as you can. Also nice. And like that should be your only focus. Your focus should be adding value to the shareholders by pleasing the consumers. Because if you please the consumers, you will have long-term growth. And that will translate into perpetually pleasing your shareholders. It is wild. It's the EA Nerd Cave example. Yeah, I heard about that. That's just hilarious to me. Like, to a degree, they're not wrong, but that's what happens when you take your consumer for granted. Like, when you... Like, and I'll be honest with you guys. It's the same way, like we're having a conversation right now. You guys are my viewers. I don't take you for granted. I try to treat you guys as equals as much as possible. I try to treat you guys as human beings. And I never try to take you for granted. Because I understand it's like, you know, I could piss you off one day. You could just never come back. It's like, that's like entertainment and just in general, like proper service 101, right? Like, don't view like your viewers as like non-human filth or something like that. That's, I guess, what these companies view us as. And it's wild to me that they do. Yeah, I'm not going to use my own Medusa Saber because she's not ready all the way. Really? Okay, at least it'll let me use the support one. Don't really want plug suit here. Let's just go OG. Gotta be a give and take, not just a take and tell, or just take, yeah. Except critical attacks. Interesting. I maybe should have popped her charge skill, but whatever. Basically, we have to crit her to death? Let's see if the NP does anything. Problem is people not being able to separate politics in a game, whatever, and world and reality. I've learned over the years that people that think that way are just political ideologues, and they are like insufferable. Like they turn everything in the world into politics, and not everything needs to be. Orange, thank you for the 64. Please explain why in God's name they decided to make us try to collect feet pics of all things. I don't know, but it's really on the nose. Like, they straight up just admit that there is, like, a fetish going on here, and it's like, oh? Like, okay. Hopefully she has an instant bar charge. Yikes. Spicy when she actually gets a crit off. Go ahead and stun her. And that. Oh, wait. Yundal debuffs. Never mind. Oh, I actually should have activated Medusa's first skill. I forgot about it. Should have been stacking the dot on her, but it doesn't matter. That's a GG. But yeah, like, I assume they'll explain it more later, but it's like, she just wants us to take pictures of feet because she's interested in people's shoes is basically my understanding of it. Don't question my daughter's hobbies. Yeah, pretty much. Thank God they got the picture. Yeah, this is the like exposition that Medusa always needed. And it's funny because they're doing it in a way where it's still an alternate. And I'm like, I don't know why they don't do this more in FGO. It's like you don't want to necessarily tell more story with the OG, just tell it through the lens of the alternate. The fashion model version, yeah. I wouldn't mind Medea Avenger, where she's basically getting revenge on Jason. Queen of getting more in secondary experiences than instead of her main. Yeah. Anything that isn't shoes is undeterminable. Yep. Although there was like Boudica's was also undeterminable. That one was weird for me. Because it's like, wait, she's just wearing boots. Like actually, I think that's all the copies of the CE now. Yoink. Yoink. Maybe it's because they're plain ass boots. I don't know. It's weird. Rider was another option for Medea too in some of the material books. Interesting. I demand Jetpack Georgios. Oh my god. Well, this is not exactly conducive to NP gain. $78. Please, someone hit Karna. Hit him! Stop pooping out presents! Oh my god, 98. Oh, my NP gains are just off, dude. I should have put his card second. Dude. Look at this crap. They know. I know what they're doing. Gonna try to see if I can get Karna to kill them all. I swear that's a calculation that the AI does, is it'll look to see can it hit you in a way that won't give you your Noble Phantasm. And if it can, it will. Because I've noticed that a ton. Like, it'll perfectly split the difference to deny you. And it's like, it happens so much, it's like, God, that can't be coincidence. Amazing to save AP in general. Yeah, it's like I've said, the actual, like, AP value for the reward here is just insane. And it's always been that way with, whatchamacallit events. Tower events. Give me all the stars. Hey, CZ, how's it going, bud? NACQ done? Nice. Wasabi Rugby? Oh, I prefer Wasabi Shark Tea. I need so many dragon scales. Yeah. Well, hopefully that's enough. Chat, what if I told you I've never seen Doctor Who? I just know it's a dude that can travel through time in a TARDIS. Why is Salter level 80 SMH? Listen, chat. You also gave me crap about Lalter the other day. My Salter on JP is also higher level. Let's do this one here, chat, and then we'll switch over. We're actually at like floor 92 or something, 93, I don't know. But I want to get to the quote-unquote alt account tonight. I guess we killed the 72k one first. It makes two of us. The only thing I know about Doctor Who is from the Robot Chicken sketches. Yeah, basically. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's a good show. I just, like, it's never really been available for me to watch because I know it's a British show. So it's like, I would have had to have gone out of my way. And when I was growing up, nobody that I, like, knew really watched it. So I don't think I was ever really, like, introduced to it enough to, like, care. Actually did apply. I'm shocked. Just stagger the cards here. Yeah, I knew it wasn't gonna matter anyways. Kill the best Valkyrie last. And salt everybody in chat with the comment. I'm amazed that their skills are actually going off. I used to have SWAT Cats video game. I feel like I remember SWAT Cats. The originals in the 2005 series are hard to find, and the newer ones are on Disney. Wait, really? Huh. Is that just like, is Disney the like local licensor in effect? Should have popped that earlier. You know what? They've earned the right to not do anything. We're gonna let Cersei finish that. Best Valk isn't even there. Rune is missing. True. Disney paid to get the US rights and produce the show. Interesting. Was unaware. $1 million. I like how all their shoes are the exact same. Yeah, so we're on floor 94. I will pop an apple here real fast. And we will switch over chat. True Valk fans could tell the difference. I guess, yeah. Yeah, so which one was which then, Avalon? I really like the David Tennant and Matt Smith cast in Doctor Who. I'm not a true Valk fan. Oh, that's a cop-out. All right, chat, we're going to continue with the quote-unquote new player account. Now, first we're going to flashbang you here, apparently. But we left off with Fuyuki being the last thing that we did. I actually did come in and I did like 2 Ember gatherings to try to spin down my AP, but I am at 34 AP, so doing that is just literally a non-starter at this point. So the first thing we're going to actually do, and it doesn't have to be for you, you can do other stuff. We're actually going to come right over here, and we're going to spend some FP. Well, actually, we're not. We're going to do the free FP roll. Going to click through just to quickly see, do we get anybody else? Get a new caster. Mozart. Yes, Mozart is an arts buffer. He's a 1-star. His buff duration's basically only 1 turn, so it's not great, but it's still an option. So I will take it. We get another archer. Billy. Okay, Billy's not going to be your top damage option, but he does have 50% charge in his kit, so that's at least useful. Usually 50% charging units are always going to be a nice thing. Okay. Let's see. I actually have 9,000, so why don't we roll the rest of this out? See if we can manage to get anybody. And now... Oh, Berserker, finally. Asterios, okay. Asterios, not really my go-to. I don't really use Asterios very often. He does have some niche uses, but for me, personally, I usually get around it. But we'll see. I may have to use Asterios sometimes here. And he is the only new thing I pulled, basically. Yuck. At least we haven't gotten a repeat yet. Okay, Assassin. Matahari. Matahari, definitely not known for her damage output, but she is at least a decent debuffer, so she can be used as sort of a setup unit for other units. She's also hot. Okay, another servant. Aba. All right, Fergus. So Fergus is, I think, our first duplicate. Oh no, wait, no. Oh no, I've been using Fergus so much in the tower. Never mind. On my other account, I've been using him, so it's like, oh yeah, we already had him, but we didn't. And this is Jason. Guarantee it, because Jason is the only low star saber. So Jason's actually a pretty decent get himself. He can actually be an arts looper for you. Might be able to make some stuff work with that, but admittedly, his attack power not too strong. But Fergus is at least a good AoE saber, so there's something there. Zhengzhou. Okay, Zhengzhou actually is a weird one for this account early on. He changes the fields of battle, so if you have units that operate with specific field types, it can be a thing, but not really going to be useful for us at the current moment in time. He can be used still as an AoE unit, though, so if nothing else, he's got that going for him. Okay, let me see. Do I have enough? Yes, I have 3,000, so we can do one more full multi, and then I'll probably just abstain until I have enough for another full multi. And Chen Gong. All right, that's going to be a good one to pull early. Chen Gong can sacrifice units in the party. So think about it like a Rash, but you do it to someone else. And Hassan with the Cursed Arm, another decent single target assassin. He's at least got some survivability in his kit. Time to gong your units. I mean, unironically, yes. Zabania. Okay, so we got some good stuff. Again, I don't have enough there to do more. I believe... Yeah, I probably have enough to do an entire multi here. Let's just see what the banners are. We've got Jalter, we've got Scotty, we've got Durga. And the start dash guaranteed summon. Oh man, that's just evil. I don't know if it expires at all. And then story banner. I don't recommend doing story banner early, but it, like, if you're ever going to roll story, rolling it early is not bad. Why not? Now, you can choose to save to pity. I'm not going to hit pity anytime soon on this account, so we're just going to go ahead. Basically, Scotty here is one of the quote-unquote meta supports. She's 50% charger. We get our actual first duplicate. We're going to roll out some tickets here. I have 10 of them, which should be enough to get me to the quote-unquote 11 spin. There's another duplicate there with Jekyll and Hyde. Ooh, Shufu. Yes. That is a really good pull early for this account. That is spicy good. So Shufu is an alter ego. It's one of the extra classes, but you're primarily going to use her in her support capacity. She's a really good looping facilitator type of unit. So making a unit Noble Phantasm multiple times in a row. And that's really, really nice for her. She can set somebody else up to do that, and it's a good unit to have in your account. Already these tickets paying a little bit of dividends here. Not a terrible craft essence. This is also going to be a way that we can get 4- and 5-star craft essences, so... Yeah, just about everything I roll in the actual, like, quartz gacha will be new to me, so... Gentle affection. It's alright. Oh, another servant. Lancer? Proto-coup. This isn't the coup I was looking for. This is another one of his variants, but still a good one. And actually, that's the coup my main account started out with for quite a while. I think I went 3 months into the game for getting normal coup. Curious collection of masks. So we're basically going to get a double summon here. Get a servant. It's caster. Geronimo. Geronimo's actually a pretty damn solid AoE. And right now, out of the AoE casters I have, he's actually probably the one I will level. I bet that surprises chat. Okay, here comes the double. Now, we're getting a double spin here because we rolled 10 tickets. Every 10 rolls you do, you get an 11th roll for free. Jekyll and Hyde again. Gotta love it. Oh, please not a double Jekyll and Hyde. Jinky. Okay. So, literally both the assassins we already had already. Not the best result there, but it just means that we have duplicates of them. In FGO, when you get a duplicate, you combine it, it becomes an increased Noble Phantasm level. And you want to do this all the way up until Noble Phantasm level 5. After that, you can't increase it anymore, so you can just burn the additional copies for mana prisms and stuff. But I don't recommend burning anybody before you get them to NP5. Okay, we'll close that. I will spin out my one multi here, and we will cross our fingers. Hopefully we get something good. With an actual multi, you're guaranteed at least a 4-star thing or higher. It can be a craft essence, which is what it's normally going to be for most people. Hi, Jinky again. Or it can even be a servant. And that 4-star thing doesn't have to be 4-star either. It can be 5-star. So loading is good. I mean, everything in here is going to be loading, so I don't have anything yet. So burn them after MP5? Yes. Clergyman's Dinner, 4-star CE. Can definitely be a decent one. Oh, Servant here. You're also guaranteed... Ooh, double-sided. This could be Keo Lancer. Probably. So when it's double-sided like that, it means it will spark up. It will become a 4-star. It'll become a higher rarity one. There you go. We already got our first... like true 4-star roll here. Before Awakening, there's a 5-star CE. Not a bad roll here. But that also means now nothing is guaranteed. We've gotten a servant. We've gotten 2 items that were 4-star or higher. So literally the rest of this roll is the Wild West. It can be anything. But no part of it is guaranteed. Babbage. Babbage is a decent AoE. I'm not a huge fan of his nowadays. I feel like he needs some love in the buff department. But he's still serviceable. The illegitimate red child's dream. Her chat likes this one. Another servant. Writer. Oh, good. We need a writer. Mandricardo. Not the best writer I could get, but at least another serviceable one. He's a single target writer. You just have to be careful because he can kill himself with one of his skills. But again, as we mentioned before with a rash, killing yourself can actually be a really, really good thing. Lancer, Romulus, there you go. Obviously, killing yourself can be a bad thing, too. Like, you know. If we're talking real life, don't kill yourself. If we're talking in-game, killing yourself can be a problem if you kill off too many of your units. So not a good thing if you're trying to, like, get a fight down. But maybe if it's a calculated risk and you know you can afford it, it's good. Hassan of the 100 Abs. So not the unit we were hoping for, but Kiyohime Lancer can still be used. She'll at least be a decent single target Lancer for us. Though admittedly, not a lot in the way of survivability on her, so that's going to be something to watch out for. And hello, Ash. Okay, we'll skip through these. Roman. I actually didn't say a whole lot about Romulus, but Romulus is actually a really good AoE Lancer. He's probably who I will level over even Hector. Because unfortunately, he's kind of just better Hector. Arts card effectiveness and critical resistance. Alright, so we don't have anything else to roll. We had our quartz fragments up here that we had originally converted, but you need 7 of them to convert into 1 quartz. We can't do the paid pull because we don't have any paid quartz. Come on, foe. You can do it. I believe in you. So, like we said before, we completed Fuyuki. There's a couple of other things that we would like to do here. Obviously, there's the Pilgrimage Festival and stuff for this. That may be something we may do. We also have the Special Ascension. There's 89 days left on that. And let's see. Do we have... Yes, the Special Summon. This is one of the things I really wanted to talk about. So, this is a free SSR. You can choose them. It is a guaranteed one that every new player gets. There are a couple of schools of thought of how to approach this. Some people will tell you, hey, just go with your gut. Go with whoever you desire, whoever you think is the best. Others will tell you, try to pick the best one for gameplay, not just who you like the most, right? And it really depends, because to me, there are definitely units in here that I really like. There are units in here that make a whole lot of sense from a gameplay perspective. I have an entire video talking about this. I also have an entire section of the new player guide devoted to this. Just a couple of brief standouts here that I can mention for you. Basically, Waver, aka Zhuge Liang here, Lord El Malloy II. He is a generic standard support. He gives attack up to the entire party, defense up to the entire party, and a targeted crit damage buff. But at the same time, he can charge a single unit in the party by 50%. So he's an excellent supportive character. This is usually everyone's kind of go-to recommendation. But if you do manage to get, say, somebody else, and you maybe have, like, say, Scotty, for instance, who's another 50% charger, you might not need someone like Waver as much. Though, admittedly, I would argue until you have 3 different 50% charger supports in the game, you kind of just need more. So, at that point, getting Waver early on can be really good for you. Tamamo Caster can also be a really, really nice one. She's a good challenge support unit. She's arts specific. So she can help facilitate arts looping. She can help facilitate being able to survive. She can heal. She can buff the party. She can drain enemies, and she can reduce skill cooldowns, which can be highly useful. So she's another really, really good one. Sanzang is a really nice single target caster that we already mentioned before. Ozzy is a really good support in and of his own right. He's a single target rider. And then there's all number of really good, strong AoE units and single target units in here. So like I said, this one really just depends. It doesn't matter. You can choose whoever you like, but I'm going to tell you this is probably the first big choice you have in the game. This will dictate the flow of your account early on and how easy and or difficult it may be for you to get through certain content. For the purposes of this account, I am actually going to choose Waver, just to kind of show you guys how this one works. But don't feel bad if you don't agree with me. You guys can definitely pick other things. For instance, if I were being typical me, I would pick either Artoria or literally Artoria Pendragon Lancer, who are my 2 favorite characters. But I'm actually going to show you guys the proper gameplay way to handle things, though you don't necessarily have to do it this way. Okay, so we already have him exchanged there. Now, I can immediately, if I so choose, use the Special Ascension on him over here under the enhancement screen. That would immediately power up Waver to level 70 and, sorry, level 80, and he'd be through that final ascension and he'd have all of his skills unlocked. It's definitely a choice that can be made. If you feel like you want to wait and hold off and kind of like save it for somebody, if you maybe know, like, for instance, I chose Waver. Waver was a unit that was out really early in the game, so his mats aren't too terrible to get. But you may end up getting another SSR that's somebody that appears later in the game. For instance, if we go back to the summon screen over here, maybe I get Medusa Saber, who's recently come out here on NA. She's somebody that comes around the game with Ordeal Call 1, which is kind of the second part of the story. So if you're somebody in the first part of the story, you're not going to have access to her materials too easily, with at least one exception. So maybe it would be easier to use the Special Ascension on someone like her rather than maybe someone like Waver. But that kind of relies on you to actually have the character, and that may not be something that you would immediately, have. Maybe you're not someone that's going to spend any money on the game. Maybe you just haven't played enough to get enough currency. Doesn't really matter. I think for our purposes, it's smart to just go ahead and use it on Waver. So we'll go ahead and do that. So again, this is the Special Ascension. Like I said, it takes the unit through the 4 ascensions and completes all of them. That doesn't put them at max level, because the way a unit usually works is they level up to an ascension, then they clear the ascension, then they level up more to the next ascension, then they clear the ascension, and so on. But the last ascension, you can still level up more up to the cap. So it's not going to put him at cap, but it will put him through his final ascension. He's in my mailbox, isn't he? Yep. Sorry, when you pick him from a ticket like that, you got to go get him out of the mailbox, because they need to do the whole intro thing as if you had summoned them. Okay, we also got servant coins for him there. Servant coins are going to be how you will actually unlock a character's appends. If you're unsure about them, my advice, don't touch them until we talk about them, which we're not going to talk about yet. All right, so now we've got him. We're going to come in here. We're going to find him. Here he is right here. We're going to select him, and we're going to perform the Special Ascension. This is going to basically not cost us any QP. It's not going to cost us any materials. It's actually going to be a wise decision, because it's going to save us on a bunch of rather annoying caster materials early on in the game. There you go. He's through his first ascension here. And it's going to play them all out for you because, you know, it's going to show you the new skill. It's going to give you his voice line. And it's as if it gave you the materials to ascend him. So with the first ascension, you unlock the second skill. Everybody starts out with their first skill. With the first ascension, you unlock the second skill. And with the third ascension, you unlock the final skill for each character. Waver has that whole reverse Benjamin Button thing going on. As you ascend him, he actually gets younger. Don't worry about that too much. All right. Now Waver is through his final ascension. So his level cap is increased to 90, which is the current cap in the game. Short of you grailing a unit. And so now he will have all of his skills unlocked and he will be level 80, which is ideal for me. That's going to make getting people's noble phantasms way easier on this account. Okay, so let's see. So we got the Pilgrimage Festival. I don't know if there's anything I can and or have to do for that. Okay, we can't do class score, obviously. Can't touch any of the events right now. Most of their periods have ended, and the current one that's ongoing, we don't qualify for because we haven't advanced story enough. That's actually going to be your primary reason to get story done. Welcome to the Mana Prism shop here. But just a brief aside about that again. You want to get story done so that you can actually qualify to participate in events. Events give out a lot of free resources. They are very, very good, very lucrative. I highly recommend you do all your events to the utmost. I will talk about them as we go through them eventually, but again, it's just a good idea in general to try and do as many events as you possibly can. So here we are at basically the Mana Prism shop. We're going to come in here just for the one Mana Prism, and we're going to go ahead and buy the Lantern of Chaldea there because it's just one and it's a very cheap cost. Some of these are time exclusive. I have an entire section of the new player guide talking about this as well. Generally, summon tickets are your first and foremost thing that you want to get, though there can be some other reasons to do other things with your Mana Prisms. I will at least go for the summon tickets for right now. I will get as many as I can for as many as we have. We have 17 days before these expire. You may have less depending on the day you start the game. If you miss some, don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world, but summon tickets are actual gacha currency. So they're usually the first thing you want to buy over everything else because they are time limited and they change every month. Got the rare prism shop here. You're only going to get rare prisms from other things. Basically, you can see here it says you'll receive this item in addition to mana prisms when you sell or burn 4 or 5-star servants. You really don't want to do this until you've gotten NP5, like I mentioned before. It's generally not worth it. You'll get rare prisms from other means like campaigns and stuff, so don't feel pressured to burn your units in order to get it, especially if you're not ready to. Again, this doesn't apply to embers though, so any of the experience cards that you use to level up, it's not going to work on them. And again, there's some really, really nice old rewards in here. This is going to be how you unlock old stuff a lot of the time. I'm not going to be too worried about it. You got the evocation leaves and stuff, and this is basically going to be things that you'll get with your login bonuses and doing your dailies. There may be some campaigns as well that'll give them to you, but these are really, really nice as they will allow you to unlock welfare servants. That is free servants. And you may be thinking, oh, sure, but the welfare servants aren't that good, right? No, they're actually fantastic. Getting a maxed out welfare unit is the equivalent of getting an SSR in the game. So it's really, really good. It's a really smart way to play and to unlock things is to kind of focus on some of these. There's definitely some you want to focus on more than others, but it's kind of your choice. And one of the things I'll probably do right here is I'll probably end up starting out immediately by getting Kentoki Rider. He's kind of just the smartest choice I can do, and it's going to immediately give me a really solid single target rider for right now. Again, these are your tickets. I talked about them a little bit before. We're not going to exchange them yet. They do give free resources, but until I'm aware of what resources I need, because I don't know off the top of my head, I'm not going to exchange any of them yet. And they can kind of sit in your mailbox too. Like you can see, you have 109 days. You're going to grab an additional copy of him. That's going to increase his MP level. We'll at least get him up to 2 there. Okay. Oh, not append. No, don't bring me into append. I don't need to talk about appends yet. Try to go to the Noble Phantasm level. So this right here in the menu, this and where we are is we're under the enhancement screen. Under the Noble Phantasm screen here is where you'll go to actually combine duplicate copies of your units. We're going to go ahead and do that with Kentoki. If you have duplicate copies of your units, you may be thinking, oh, well, wouldn't it be better to keep them separate so I can use multiple of them in battle? You can't. You can only use one at a time, so that's a big thing to kind of make note of. So this is why you want to combine them. It just makes their Noble Phantasm stronger. That may mean more damage. It might also not mean more damage. This also does cost some QP, so just be aware. Like, don't do it to the point where all of a sudden you have no QP. If it push comes to shove, keep them separate. It's not the end of the world. Like, for instance, I am not going to combine the other copies of Jekyll and Hyde. I will lock them, though. This is something that you should do. Make sure you lock additional copies of units, because, especially for low-star units, they're not immediately, like, locked, and that can result in you accidentally burning them before you're ready to. And you definitely don't want to do that with, like, 4- and 5-star units, though I believe now, at least, they are automatically locked. Okay, so again, we've already completed Fuyuki. There are free quests that you can come back and do. They give first-time clear rewards for gacha currency, as well as you complete them, they usually have drops that benefit you. These are going to give you essential materials and stuff, though it does depend on what you're trying to do. Again, we have other missions in here that we may have done. Go ahead and make it a habit to come in here, retrieve these materials and stuff, because some of them are going to be really useful to you. You're going to need them for leveling up your units and ascending them. And so it's a good idea to kind of get that stuff done. All right. In here, this is your Chaldea Gate. This is where you're actually going to come for your daily quests. These are things like Ember Gathering to get more experience, Training Grounds to get statues and skill gems. So statues for ascension, skill gems for your skills, and the treasure vault, which is going to be where you would go to gain more QP. Interludes are where you will have various story chapters pertaining to individual units. They will sometimes accompany a increase. You can see right here, this one does not immediately give an upgrade to Proto Coup, but it does at least give a reward, so they're always worth doing. They give really nice stuff sometimes. And rank up quests are the exact same thing as interludes. However, they always include a upgrade, and they basically don't have any story attached to them. So think of it just as a streamlined method of getting a buff to a unit. And they are permanent buffs. Advanced quests are where you will come basically for some unique challenge quests. They give drop reward CEs. They sound better than they actually are. They're not your focus early on, so don't worry about it. And up here we have Mystic Code quests. These are super important. You want to get all these done as soon as you possibly can. It's just going to unlock more Mystic Codes for you, which is going to give you new master skills to use in battle. Some of them are really, really useful, particularly Plug Suit here can be really nice. And actually Mage's Association is one of the nicest ones for early accounts as well. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go right into Orleans and let's advance story a little bit. Ah, Jalter. Now, I have not leveled up any of my units, really. So it may be the case that pretty quickly here I'll have to. Let's go run Don Remy. So we have Saber and Lancer here. So basically, we could take an Archer, but the Archer would get countered by the Lancer. So I'm just going to actually run instead with a Saber. You could also run with a Berserker. It would work on both. Let's try showing chat somebody new. We could try to show off Aikide here. He's got Saber Alter. And one of the things we're going to do right away here is I'm actually going to go ahead and put Waver in. It's actually going to be to my benefit. I'm going to actually remove the craft essences on the back line. I do want people bonding, but if you're worried about party cost, remember you can always remove craft essences to have it not be that much of an issue. I think one of the other things I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch out for Caesar. I did level Caesar to level 11. That's the only thing I did do. Let's see. Arts card effectiveness. Yep, we're actually going to go with Collection of Mysterious Masks. And I will show you guys a little bit about how this works. Now, this first one's not going to be a tough battle. And we will not get through all of Orleans in this sitting. I'm just kind of showing you guys kind of what to expect early on here. So again, really easy battle, 1 out of 2, very low health, just about as low as Fuyuki right off the bat here. But this is Waver, and Waver is a stereotypical, what we like to refer to as like meta support. So he's a really, really good support character. He's got charge. It really helps out the party. So his first one is attack up for the entire party, flat damage added, which is just a small amount, and then charge for the entire party of 10%. His second skill is defense and damage cut up for the entire party, and charge for the entire party of 10%. And his third skill here, well, actually his first one, is a targetable crit damage up that also charges the target by 30%. So he can charge one unit by 50% and himself and another unit by 20. So it's really, really nice in that regard. We're also going to pop Saber Alter's Charisma here. And at this point, we actually don't have really any of her cards. We do have a Waver card, so we're actually just going to go ahead and let that happen and just kind of card right through this early wave. And we're going to set up Saber Alter here for a Noble Phantasm here on the second wave of the battle. Okay, so now we've got 3 enemies. They're all Saber, so she's technically not effective. We're going to pop her Mana Burst. It gives her Buster up, so that means her Buster-based Noble Phantasm is going to do more damage. We're also going to pop Caesars. I actually wasn't popping this the other day, but it's an NP damage up for the entire party. So even more damage. And this is just going to be extremely overkill, but it is what it is. So this is Arturia Pendragon's Alter form, if you're not familiar with her, aka her like dark version, her corrupted version. And you can see we annihilated them. And that was neutral damage too, so if that was effective, that would have been even higher. Okay, just gonna skip the story. I recommend, again, don't skip story on your own. I've already seen all of this and done all of it, so you guys don't have to watch it with me. But I do recommend doing it on your own because it's an amazing story. Okay, we got some nice rewards for completing Domremy. And then we go to Vaucouleurs. But why don't we come back here and let's actually talk a little bit about leveling. So one of the ones I actually want to level here is going to be Nitocris. And the reason why is I actually want to get her through her first ascension to unlock her charge skill. It's actually going to be really, really valuable for her. So right over here, you can choose to manually select the embers by clicking on this screen and putting stuff in, or you can come over here to auto select. I usually keep it on same class only at first, so that way it's only going to give me like caster class embers for her, rather than like, oh, it trying to throw a saber class ember on a caster here. Definitely not something I want. So we'll go ahead and do that. You can see we have some 1 and 2 star embers here. It's going to get us all the way up to level 9. It's not very high, but it is what it is. We actually get a great success proc, so that brought us up to 12. You can get super and great successes. They are, I believe, double and triple like enhancement respectively. And what they actually are good for, again, is just getting more experience. So instead of going all the way to 9, I went all the way up to 12. You're probably thinking, but Cad, you just said double or triple and you only got to 12 instead of like 18 or something. That's because levels are not linear. They have different values of experience. So as you go up in level, more experience is required to go up in the next level. So we did actually get, you know, the proc there, but it just didn't translate into that many more levels because things start getting steeper, especially for the 1 and 2 star embers pretty quickly there. Now, I could choose to expend other embers if I want. I do have some of these all embers. It may be to my benefit to do so early on, so we're going to go ahead and use some of that. Kind of keeping an eye on my level over here. That's actually 20. That's a full 20 stack. This should be enough. If we get a proc with this one, it might actually take us all the way up to 40, but that depends. So we didn't get a proc. We just got normal success. Why is that filtered? Hold on. Yeah, that should not include that. So what do you want to do if you notice that it's including other servants? You can actually feed servants to other servants for experience fodder. I don't recommend it. There's no benefit. So what I do is I come down here and where it says by type here, I filter to servant experience. And then boom, I will only see those. Sometimes you'll want to filter by foes. Those are the enhancement items that make a servant's attack or HP stronger. But you don't have to do things that way if you don't want. You can also click and hold down and drag, and it will give you more. Oh, come on. I'm actually gonna fish for a proc here. I'm not gonna do a full stack. So I'm just gonna keep adding in kind of like half at a time. You can see that would take me up to a little bit more than 38. There we go. We got the proc, and you know it because we hit the level cap. Should have only taken me to 38. Okay, now we're going to do an ascension. So again, you can see it says once a servant's level cap has been reached, expend QP and materials to raise it through their ascension. That will increase the level cap of the servant, and you could repeat it to reach the final ascension. It's also going to require materials that you can get through battle drops and campaigns and things like that. And they will gain new skills at certain ascensions. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. So you can see here, it says max level will increase from 40 to 50, and it will unlock her second skill. It's also going to give me a pure prism, which we'll talk about later. There you go. She gets a new appearance and basically talks to us. That's what's going to happen with all of your ascensions, except for the second ascension. You don't get a new appearance for that one. To get Rapid Words of the Divine, it's her charge skill. This skill, if leveled appropriately, can charge Nitocris 100%. So it's really, really valuable. So now, let's go ahead, let's go look at her skills. Let's go over here, and you can see it's going to require caster gems. I don't have a lot of these yet. The base value of this is not revealed in game. So now I'm going to show you another key trait that you can do in order to help yourself out. You can come over to the site called Fandom Wiki, basically, and you want the fategrandorder.fandom.com wiki here. And one of the things that you can do, you can, click into the servants here, class to find it that way, or you could just type it in up here in the search if you know who you're looking for. We were looking for Nitocris. There are multiple variants of Nitocris. There's an altar version, there's an assassin version. We're looking for the base version here. So now on this page, it will actually show you the base values as well as the maximal values, including the maximal value if you grail a stat here. And same thing with HP. It's also going to show you the servants kind of raw behind the scenes stats, what their attribute is, their basic traits, their gender, you name it. And sometimes these traits will change depending on what ascension form they're in. It'll show you their card deck, the number of hits that each card type has, which can be important. I do talk about it all the time in my servant analysis. And then their skills. So if you want to see how much Nitocris's second skill gives, its base value at level 1 is still 60% charged to herself. At level 10, it gives 120%. That is the maximum value a skill can be, is level 10. We actually don't need that. We only needed to get her to 100. See, this is actually a skill that you could literally just go like, hey, I think maybe level 8 would do for her. But since we don't have a whole lot in the way of skill gems yet, I'm actually going to abstain from this for right now, because 60% charge is still a heck of a lot more than she did have. Because if I do want to use anybody's skills, it's probably going to be over here on this end with Waver. So he's kind of the better caster for me to invest in at the moment, but there's definitely some value regardless. We're going to go ahead and use that. It's actually going to use quite a bit of my QP, but this is going to make his attack up a little bit stronger. This will help me out in the sort of realm of, hey, I actually just need more capability. I need more firepower. So getting him up to that point will really help me out. So who else can we level then? Well, you can see over here on the right side, we have our servant experience displayed for the various classes as you go across. Looks like we actually have quite a bit of assassin embers. So I can come up here to the filter and I can actually say filter by assassin. And this is going to show me all my assassins. Now, if I do pick one of these ones that I have uncombined, should probably like make sure that I make note of which one it is. Most of the time you'll level the servant up a little bit by doing so you'll know. We can choose to level Satheno a little bit more. We could go for 100 faces. We could go for Jekyll and Hyde, Jing Qi, you name it. I think Jing Qi right now is probably arguably our strongest single target assassin, and definitely one that we could go for. But honestly, 100 faces may be the better one. Thing is, if you're unsure, my advice is to do exactly what I'm going to do right now. If you don't know who's stronger and you don't want to commit yet, don't level them yet. Go do some research, go figure things out. But keep in mind, even when you read online, if you read people saying like, oh, 100 faces is actually better than Jing Qi, that may be true. But if you have multiple copies of Jing Qi, your Jing Qi might be stronger. So that's something to keep in mind. The one thing I will say with 3-star and lower units, it's actually, as long as you're patient with the game, you're going to end up getting NP5 of all of these units eventually. So short term, you could definitely get some temporary benefit, but long term, not that big of a deal. And I'm going to say resources like your embers and stuff can be a little bit harder to get, though admittedly getting 5-star embers and stuff like that is not too difficult in the game nowadays. So it just really depends on kind of what you're trying to do in that regard. Hey Fox, thank you for the raid. How's it going? We're going through a completely new account for new players. So if you guys are interested in any of this, feel free to hang out here for a little bit. I probably won't be doing this too much longer. But we actually managed to get Waver with our initial SSR pull and, well, decision. And then we actually, our first SR pull got us Nitocris, so we were very lucky. We were doing tower, just starting it? Nice. Yeah, I had to switch over because like I'm never going to end doing the tower if I keep doing it. You could also level up your craft essences. I don't actually recommend doing that early in the game. It's not really worth Same deal though as with normal servants. You can actually combine craft essences if you get duplicates. I also recommend locking them if you maybe don't want to burn them in some way, shape, or form. And generally, you don't want to burn craft essences. Craft essences work in a different style. They basically are... there are ways that you can bomb a craft essence up to a higher level more efficiently that you can't do with normal servant leveling. I have an entire video talking about that too. So I've seen DaVinci Caster in the shop. It's great, right? Free to play account? Yep. Yeah, I have not. I have a free SSR and I haven't pulled on it, but well, sorry, not a free SSR. I have a like a start dash GSSR that I haven't pulled on. You can see we actually even got some quartz for raising a skill for the first time. And we even have some foes in there as well. But yeah, just kind of coming back in here to the leveling screen. Looks like we can level a Lancer. Out of all of these, Kiyohime is definitely the new SR that we got. She'd probably hit the hardest for single target purposes. But I'm actually going to level Roma. There's basically no downside to it at this point. Ooh. I have to be careful with that. That click and drag is a little bit hypersensitive here. And I actually can't see too much on the screen. If you actually want to change that, you can come down here to the bottom left and you can click this button and it will basically reduce the like screen space that the embers take up. I'm only using Lancer embers on him. There we go. Roma gets up to level 18 there. And then Berserker, I think the only Berserker we have at the moment is Asterios. Yep. Don't care about Asterios too much right now. He's not going to be super useful to me. So let's go ahead and let's do another story run here. Okay, so we can see it's Archer and Saber. Now, I could get to the point where I could start using multiple meta supports and trying to 3-turn our way through it. It's not going to work out too well for us if we try that, so let's instead just walk right over here. I'm actually going to take an Archer for this one. And why don't I take everybody's favorite Archer, Jarcher? If you don't know who Jarcher is, it's John Archer, aka Joan of Arc Archer. Let's see. I will swap this out for an Archer here on the front line as well. Why don't we throw in Billy here, though Billy's probably going to get pancaked. And actually, why don't I just go ahead and switch for Nitocris, since Nitocris can charge herself now. That will actually make things go quite well for me. Yeah, sometimes you may be wondering why, why did you just slot in a caster there? I know what I can get away with. Nitocris is, again, somebody that has self-charge, so this is really, really valuable. But, yeah, if you've never seen Jarcher in action before, she is amazing, and you're going to see why. So she has a party-wide charisma. It also double buffs good allies. So that's why both Waver and Nitocris, who both have the good alignment, actually ended up getting a second charisma buff there. But basically, we're going to go ahead and fire off her Noble Phantasm, and she is going to bring the power of the ocean to these enemies. And you might be thinking, an Archer, right? Yes. John Archer shoots them with dolphins and whales. I don't know, man. I don't make up the rules. She's amazing, like I said. She's also got a 40% self-charge here, especially if the skill is maxed out. We're going to go ahead and put Waver's attack up on her. It's really all she needed. Technically, we were really close to Nitocris. We could have done that as well there to get Nitocris to her NP. We're just literally going to NP with Jar Jar again. But you know what? Why don't I show you her attacks first? Where she hits them with a dolphin and an inner tube. Maritime violence indeed. Such an amazing unit. Truly the best arch. Okay. So we got some QP off of that. We actually got an evil bone to drop as well. Got to complete 3 quests for our daily. You want to make sure you get your daily done as many days as you can. Remember, it's any 3 quests, so just kind of log in, do 3 quests if nothing else. It's really a good idea to do that. It will definitely benefit you. Now we are up against a writer, so we need an assassin. Let us take Jack the Ripper, aka Murder Lolly. Technically, I do not want to take a caster here against a writer. We'll go ahead and slot in Satheno there. And you might be thinking, well, you just left Waver in the party. Yeah, well, Waver is a support unit, so he'll either die or he'll just hold his own. One or the other. Never be afraid to experiment. The worst thing you're going to lose is AP. You want to be as AP efficient as possible in these games, but it is not the end of the world if you are not. And this is going to be overkill. We go with the quick chain here. Not that it's going to matter. Jack the Ripper actually has a power mod on her Noble Phantasm that increases her attack up against females. The Wyvern is not a female, but it won't matter. Fun story. The Wyverns in Orleans, back when the game originally launched on the Japanese server, used to be way more difficult, and we didn't have units like Jack the Ripper in the game yet. And so that's where the title of Regend was conferred to basically Sasaki Kojiro. He was a 1-star assassin, famous from Fate Stay Night, and a lot of people just loved the fact that he was able to take down the Wyverns, so they started calling him Regend. He is legendary. So we have assassins against a rider here, and we also have a saber. We can also show you guys Kama. Kama actually has different ascensions where she is adult in some of her forms and a child in others. Actually, just going to go ahead and bring Nitocris back in case I need to death proc something. Why Regend? I believe it has to do with the pronunciation. People were using Berserker at the time. No, even Berserkers kind of struggled. You gotta understand, what you guys see in the game is not what JP had. JP had it harder. Like, they actually had, like, higher health enemies and less damage. Gonna go ahead and pop all 3 of Waver's skills on her there. Gonna pop her first skill. It's gonna increase her death chance. And form a Mighty Chain then with the back cards. And here you go. Nitocris. Death proc, both of them. Regend was pretty much the only option at the time. Yeah. There were not a lot. Back when Orleans launched on JP, there was no 4-star assassin in the game other than Carmilla and Satheno. So that was it, chat. There wasn't even a 5-star. So Kama actually has an unexpiring guts. It will obviously go off if it's triggered, but it does not time out due to like turn duration. She also has an overcharge buff for herself, so You get additional effects off of her Noble Phantasm. And she has a Noble Phantasm that can charm. Plus it's single target. And down goes the Wyvern. Take my comma, she's 120. To be fair, I have not added any friends yet. Though I'll be very curious to see if I have friend requests somehow. No. If you have a friend request, it'll appear down here. You get kind of like you have the notification icon on summon. You'll get that on friends. We have Joan of Arc. Support here. This is an additional 200 FP if I use her. You don't have to. I definitely will get away with it at times, but it definitely takes you a little bit longer to do things that way. But she's a very defensive-oriented unit. Not really, like, for high-octane offense, but as a ruler, she's an extra class. She's basically resistant to just about everybody, or at worst, neutral. There's very few classes that deal effective damage against rulers, usually Berserkers, and Avengers, which is another extra class. We actually have a Brave Chain with her, but we're not going to do that. And I'm going to actually hold off on Waver's 30% charge skill here. I'm going to alternate the cards, form a Mighty Chain. Since Nidochris is actually level 40, she can hit decently hard now. She's actually higher level than the John in the party. Gonna switch to the higher health target. Gonna pop both of those and then stagger. So we still formed a Mighty Chain, but we basically put more of our eggs in one basket there. And last but not least, the Wyverns. Now remember, Riders are a counter class to casters, but it's not going to matter probably. We're still just going to send it. However, I will show you Janu's NP, aka Jeanne d'Arc. So her Noble Phantasm is a defensive one. It provides invuln to the party. However, this is going to be probably the old version where she'll stun herself. Yep. Oh, man. So she'll actually heal herself as well. She'll provide, or healing to the party. She'll provide defense to the party, though admittedly the defense value is really low on it. But also the invuln. And the one turn of invuln will mean that, like, nobody can really damage you during that unless they have some way of getting through it. So it's a really, really, like, valuable defensive tool. You should definitely look for units that have stuff like that because they can be really useful for challenge fights. But yes, that John stunning herself, it's how base John works, but there is an upgrade that you can do to her to allow her to get a little bit more, like, benefit out of her Noble Phantasm. So it'll remove the stun, it'll, I believe, enhance the... is it the healing off of it as well, I think? Oh, one of the other things that you should do, especially as a new player, if you're trying to attract friend supports, you should definitely come over here to Formation. Now, Formation is where you can kind of form your party outside of trying to go into a node if you want. You can also set up your supports for your friends to use. This is one of the biggest things that another master will look at to determine if you as a new player are actually like interested in playing the game, because if you've gone through the menus and you've read everything and you've loaded out your support list, that's a sign that you actually care, as opposed to somebody that just has mashup all the time, which is the default. So it's a imminent way of telling if the person's actually kind of got their act together already. Allows you to see more info on the servants and craft essences in the Spirit Origin list. It's just kind of a listing of all the stuff you have. And the second archive is extra storage in case your primary storage gets full. We're going to come in here and we're going to actually load this out. So it says you can set servants and craft essences that other masters can take into battle. Friend points will be awarded when another master chooses one of your servants as a support. So when other people use your servants, you get FP that way. Only servants of the specified class can be placed in class slots. So in other words, you have to put a saber in saber. There are some all and extra slots where you have a little bit more freedom. You can set up multiple support lineups. We're not going to do that just yet because we don't really have this, the servants for that. But we could definitely load out what we do have. There's also a normal quest and event quest loadout. So people will see the different loadout depending on what they're doing. So if they're in an event, they'll see your event loadout. Okay, Mash is up by default. So far, out of all the sabers we have, Caesar is our best one, and he is level 11. So far, out of all the archers we have, Arash is our best one. He's level 7. Roma is our best lancer. He's leveled up a little bit. Kentoki is our best rider. This is actually, if like a veteran player looked at this, they'd be like, oh my god, this is a new player. But then they'd immediately see this imminent, this immediate Kentoki choice, and they would be like, wait, this person knows what they're doing. They would immediately go like, oh crap, that person's actually like understanding. Same thing with the waiver choice here. So then, I'll put it up just because it's a higher rarity, but honestly, not the best deal there. And we will actually slot in Shufu. So we have the entire makings of an entire support. You can also put up craft essences. And this is another way for masters to tell if you know what you're doing. Because they can look at craft essences that you assign and say, wait a minute, this person either does or doesn't know what they're doing. For instance, if I were to put projection here on Caesar, it's not the worst thing in the world, but arts card effectiveness on a quick centric unit, not the best choice. So it helps to know what units do and things like that. There's not really much I can actually put on Arash to help him yet. Yeah, whatever. We'll give him the attack 2%. I'm actually going to give Roma gentle affection because he actually has Imperial privilege. So that can heal him. If equipped by rider class. Gonna give him the debuff resist. Gonna give her the death success rate, because Sitheno actually can death proc. Gonna give Iron Willed training to Asterios. And Clergyman's dinner there for Shufu. And that is how you load out an entire support list. I lied. I'm actually going to go ahead and assign this one. And I'm going to hit OK. As I go back in, if I tab over to a second support slot, Okay, apparently I have to put somebody in here. I will put Chris on. Now, interesting to denote here, if you try to put waiver, but then set this as a normal quest, or as a normal setup, it's going to tell you, hey, you've already used waiver in the other one, so you can't use duplicate servants within the same set. You could use waiver in a normal set and an event set, and it would work out perfectly fine. But what you can do is you can do duplicates across sets for craft essences. So I can come down here and I can use Hydra Dagger again for death success rate by 5%, and that would work. Now let's see, do we have anybody else here? And I'm actually gonna again set this as set 2. So now it should warn me if I do have anybody else. I'm gonna go ahead and throw Ferguson here. I'm gonna throw Billy in here. I'm gonna throw throw Keo in, but man, I'll throw Mandricardo in. For assassins, 200 faces. I don't have a second berserker. I don't have a second extra. Maybe Chin Gong over there. Give him the arts up. Give him the attack up. Defense up, and the quick arts and buster card effectiveness there. Give her the NP gain. Commander card of the arts card effectiveness. Actually, we're going to swap this. I'm going to give him the defense just because he kind of needs lower health to be able to pull off his kit, but you don't want him to die. Meanwhile, I'm going to give her the arts card effectiveness since technically she's all 3 card types, but because again, she does have a tricolor buff, but her Noble Phantasm is primarily arts, so it's another easy way to be able to tell. And there you go. That is how you load out a support list. Now, again, you're going to have to know what certain units do. If you need to, go look at the wiki like we mentioned before, or kind of come in here and read through, look at what their Noble Phantasm does, look at what card type it is, and that can help you with the loadout a little bit that way too. If you're unsure, put something up. Again, like I said, it's not the gravest sin to basically have a, how do I put it, like a wrong and inappropriate craft essence on a support. It might be something someone will look at and roll their eyes, but it's not the end of the world. So when in doubt, put something on, but hey, it's totally up to you to kind of determine what that is. So again, that's us kind of already advancing into Orleans. We've loaded out the support list. We've done a little bit of enhancement, done some summoning, talked about dailies, talked about kind of getting your account together already for presenting for your support list for your friends and stuff. So this is kind of getting you already off on a good track. We're going to go ahead and end things here for this session, and I will see you guys for the next one. All right, chat. Who is on tonight? No one. No. There ain't nobody on. Alrighty then. Okay, chat, we'll just go ahead and end it here for tonight. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow we might have some fun stuff for you, so stay tuned, and I will see you guys for the next one. If you haven't already, make sure you, again, follow me on all the channels. We're now live streaming on 4 different channels: Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Kick, all at the same time. And join the Discord. We have a community of over 3,000 people. Feel free to get in there. Come talk shop, come talk FGO, or just Fate in general. We're always happy to have you. And again, I'll see you guys for the next stream. Later.